Hello. I don't have like that whistling capability where I can like whistle really loudly and make everybody suddenly be silent. So, hello, welcome. Good afternoon here in London. Good morning in the US. Thank you so much for coming. I am very appreciative and really delighted. It's great to see people in person. I've been at EY for 8 years now, and we've done our blockchain summits in San Francisco. We've done a bunch in New York. But this is our first one in London, which for me is very exciting. I'm sure many of you immediately noticed my Sheffield accent. So I really am from Sheffield, but I grew up in the US, so I have the American accent. My mother, on the other hand, has lived in the US even longer than I have, and she sounds like she arrived yesterday. So it's great to be here. I'm very excited. We have a ton of great stuff today. I'm going to dispense with a little bit of housekeeping information first. So first of all, there are no fire alarm tests scheduled for today. So if there is a fire alarm, it is actually the real thing. And apparently, you're supposed to walk in a calm and reasonable way towards the exit. So that's all you have to do. If you are watching virtually and you have questions, there's a Q&A button, which you will see down in the lower right-hand corner, and you'll be able to see that. And if you have any technical questions, there should also be a technical support button as well. Just to put everybody's mind at ease, I did get the memo about wearing a British designer. So this is a Ted Baker. It was that or Gymshark this morning, so I feel like I made the right choice. I know we have lots of people from the US who came over for this event, and I hope you will have an excellent time. If you don't leave Zone 1, you won't feel like you left home. So the Americans are like, what's Zone 1? We also have, for those of you who are in a professional services firm, we are giving CPE credit, continuing professional education credit, for most of these sessions. And as a result, if you're watching online, about every 15 minutes, a question will pop up magically, and you need to answer that question in order to make sure that the system records that you got credit, and you are participating and that you're awake at that time. And I will do my best, my very level best, to keep all of you awake for that process by entertaining. So that is one thing. There will be a CPE process. You will have 2 minutes to answer. If you have any technical questions, you can also do the technical support button. And then lastly, we have NFTs. Now, our tax and legal people remind me to assure you that this is not going to make you rich. And you should definitely not attribute any financial value to these NFTs. But at the end of the day today, there will be a QR code. You will be able to retrieve a special event NFT for this event. So that is also, that's on the table there. So let's see here. So without any further delay, I'm going to hand over to our very first speaker, which is me. And I hope you like the sort of, there's a theme here that you're going to see over the next few days of our summit, which is rails and railroads. Right? We are building a new kind of industrial rail infrastructure. And if you know from my past experience, I'm kind of a big fan of like technology history. I love looking at how technologies evolved, and I like thinking about sort of what are the parallels, because we keep doing the same things over and over again, kind of good or bad, right? I always love that expression, if you don't understand history, if you didn't learn history, you're condemned to repeat it, right? And sometimes we do that. We go through that process over and over again. Sometimes we don't. I think the current regulatory era is a really fantastic example of repeating all the regulatory mistakes that the US made in the 1800s, where we had, on average, one financial crisis every decade, right? The lack of this sort of enthusiasm for unregulated stuff, or the unwillingness to regulate, actually has historically led to some pretty significant downsides. So we are repeating history, whether we like it or not. Hopefully we can avoid some of the worst mistakes. I think we are also, when it comes to enterprises, about to repeat history, but we're repeating the history of the ERP world of implementation. Right? And I think this actually will be a happy story with a good ending about tremendous gains in productivity as well. Disclaimer, nothing I say here is true. We didn't fact check any of this. It's not true. This is not investor information. This is a normal disclaimer. So these are our my views primarily. They're not some kind of official EY point of view. And now the agenda. So I want to start with kind of a little bit of historical perspective, and I want to start with the crypto winter and comparing it to the dot-com winter. If you go back to the fall of about 2001, which is the last time that I was laid off from a startup that ran out of money, we spent all of our venture capital money. We blew through, I think, $80 million in 24 months. And then we laid off everybody, myself included. And that was at the bottom of about a 75% peak to trough decline. In current dollars, that was about $3 trillion in market cap that was wiped out, which is more than the entire world of crypto. So actually, by comparison, like the dot-com bust was actually substantially worse. It took more than a decade to get back to the same level of kind of output and valuation. So this is pretty normal. In fact, if anything, it's relatively mild, both compared to the dot-com bust and the prior crypto winter. Right? Now, the thing that really struck at me from the looking at the history, and I was kind of in the middle of this, but there was incredible optimism at the time of the dot-com boom, right? And industry analysts made very magnificent predictions about, we'll have trillions of dollars of e-commerce and, hundreds of billions in just a few years. It didn't work out that way, right? But what is kind of amazing is that 20 years later, the world of e-commerce is everything that we predicted it would be back in 1999. It just took way, way longer. One of the real lessons here, if you look at this picture, is that it is really hard for any substantial industry to sustain growth over any significant period of time more than about 20 to 25% a year. That's what e-commerce has been doing for 20 years. That's what the cloud has been doing for 15 years. When we get back on a growth track in the world of blockchain and crypto, we're not going back to 100% growth a year. It's not sustainable. You can't scale an industry like that. The realistic expectation is that what we have to look forward to after this crypto winter is 10, 15, 20 years of 15 to 25% growth a year, right? That should be good enough. That should, and 20 years from now, everything that we think crypto should be or blockchain should be, it will be. It will just have taken much longer than we thought it would. And one of the things that's really noticeable is if you peel behind the scenes, and I was a kind of a young consultant at the time, there were incredible obstacles to actually making the world of .com work, right? We didn't have security for websites. Who was going to put in their credit card number with no security, right? We didn't even have really good websites. All those digital catalogs didn't have pictures, right? We didn't have pictures, we didn't have websites. Supply chains, it was easier to order a pallet of something than it was to order a single item. Like none of the logistics infrastructure for delivering things to people was designed for individual e-commerce orders, and most people didn't even have broadband. Right? So the user experience was terrible, the logistics didn't work, none of that stuff happened. And all of those obstacles had to be hurdled before you could massively scale e-commerce infrastructure. We're having the exact same thing going on right now. Right? It's very easy to say, oh, blockchain should be bigger, industrial companies should be using much more stuff, but number one, very few people actually know how to do tokenization at scale. We don't have many agreed upon standards for tokenization. Everything will eventually be tokenized, but it's going to take time. Confidentiality, it's almost the exact equivalent of the lack of encryption. We have no privacy technology that scales yet. Well, we do just now, but up until very recently, we've not had any meaningful privacy technology in the world of public blockchains. Security, very few security standards, right? Every 5 minutes, you'll hear about another smart contract attack. And compared to the population as a whole, very few people have digital wallets, right? So we shouldn't be surprised that we have to, cross all these hurdles in order to get, meaningful scale to deploy these business models. It's not just a matter of, hey, blockchain is here, it all works, right? Blockchain needs tokenization, it needs ERP integration, it needs confidentiality, it needs security standards, it needs digital wallets, it needs KYC, it needs AML, it needs regulatory rules. There's a ton of stuff that has to fall into place. And it will take time for that to scale up. Right. So how do we get there? I think about 5 years ago, we made, I guess now 6 years ago, we made a kind of a statement that at the time seemed pretty bold, and I really stand by it. We said there's 4 things that need to happen in the world of blockchain for this business to really scale massively. And actually, amazingly, this slide has aged remarkably well. Now, when you've made thousands of slides over the years, you get to cherry pick 1 or 2 that make you look like a genius with hindsight. There's several hundred others that didn't make the cut, but this one has aged very nicely. And to that, so we've got these 4, and I want to check in on where we are on those, and then I want to add 1 more to it. So where are we on these big shifts? Actually, we're progressing really nicely. So amazingly, this transition is largely done. It has been a long time since somebody came to me and said, Paul, I just really want to notarize documents. Right? Like, you laugh, I heard somebody chuckling, right? But this was like a standard discussion. We did a ton of document notarization back in the day. Poor Federico, where's Federico? He's like, I don't want to do any more tokenization or notarization. That argument is over. Another argument I think that's largely over is the acceptance of fiat tokens, right? People were like, what, fiat? Who's going to do fiat tokens? The answer is everybody. Turns out everybody wants to do fiat tokens. Fiat tokens are by far the biggest part of the non-crypto blockchain ecosystem in terms of value. They're the most important thing that we must get right from a regulatory standpoint. If we get fiat tokens right, by the way, I think almost everything else will kind of smoothly follow. But we haven't agreed on how to regulate them. But I think the world has largely agreed that fiat currency tokens are going to be the standard. And certainly for enterprises, it makes no sense to do your business in dollars, move everything into ETH or Bitcoin, and then move it back into dollars to pay your taxes or employees. That makes no sense. You want to minimize your currency risk by staying in the same currency all the time. The shift from private to public blockchains, this is my personal cause. My axe to grind. This is where I sound like a broken record, but it is. I think it's immensely important, right? History tells us over and over again that private siloed networks don't really scale up, and I would say this argument is largely won. It's not fully implemented, and there's reasons why it's not fully implemented. People are extremely wary of public blockchains. And the current round of regulatory enforcement actions has made people like even more nervous about them. But for the most part, everybody agrees, and they especially agree when they're not on the record, that public blockchains are where it's at. I cannot tell you how many times I have been at ETH Denver or DevCon in Bogota or some other place, and somebody, an employee of a bank that's not to be named, or many banks, or a financial services entity, or even a regulator will come and say, Paul, we really secretly agree with you. We really think that fundamentally public blockchains are the way to go. We need KYC, we need AML, we need all of these kinds of rules, and we need privacy infrastructure. But remarkably, there is a remarkably strong agreement that we need to end up in a world of public blockchains. Right? There's a lot of disagreement about how we get there, what kind of rules should be in place, but there's overwhelming agreement that we need to have a world of public blockchain, shared public infrastructure. And by the way, we have a fantastic model. The internet is a public permissionless network. Right? We already know how to do this. We've already done this in the past. Right? And we know how to deal with the fact that on the internet, there's tons of legitimate business, which is essential for our economy, and there are bad actors. And the truth is that they exist side by side, and what the bad actors do does not spoil the value proposition of the rest of the internet for everybody else. And so it will eventually be true, I think, in the blockchain ecosystem. Regulatory compliance, right? This idea that the world of blockchain and crypto can exist on its own, separate from the rest of the world, it's very appealing to the purists. It's some of the same people who in the early days of the internet were like, are we really going to ruin this magnificent borderless, ruleless communication network with rules and borders and national identity? Well, yeah, we kind of did, right? But it was necessary in order to make the internet scale up. And so it will be with the world of crypto and blockchain, right? We have to accept that even though in some ways it detracts from the ideal, which is this borderless, permissionless, censorship-resistant ideal, if we want to really make it useful for the entire world, if we want to capture the value for us and for everybody else, we will have to accept some level of regulatory compliance, right? And to be further, specific, it's not just going to be a special level of regulatory compliance. What we're going to see, I think, very clearly is there will be the same rules for everybody. I think the regulators have made that super clear. There's not going to be any special exceptions for the world of blockchain. What is going to happen is we are going to have to figure out some of the mechanics of this, but the same rules are going to apply to everybody. So to that, I think I just want to say, we don't need all this stuff about regulation, and everybody talks about regulation a lot. The truth is, there are lots of really fantastic use cases that don't need a financial regulator to approve them, right? We don't need that for inventory management. We don't need that for emissions tracking. We don't need that for contract management. We don't need that for product traceability. There's actually a ton of amazing use cases that don't need some specific regulatory approval to move forward and be useful. These are core technology use cases that impact business operations. But, and this is the important but, they've been missing something, which is that they're all missing one ingredient, which is privacy or confidentiality. Without privacy, we can't do any of these things, right? Inventory is a really great example, right? What you have, where it is, who's buying it, where it's located, those are all really sensitive business information. And if you don't have privacy, if you can't keep that information, not from the regulators, right? The regulators are not competing with you, but you need to keep it from your competition. And so it's this challenge of confidentiality that is the single biggest obstacle to scaling up all of the non-regulatory impacted use cases. And so today, we add one other transition, which is a transition from anonymity to confidentiality, right? So today, a lot of blockchain transactions in this ecosystem are anonymous. And I'll come back to this, but a lot of them are anonymous. What we really want to get to is a world of confidential transactions. And what do we mean by this? So enterprises need two types of confidentiality. The first is they need confidentiality over asset transfers and payments. What is it? Where is it going? Who is it going to? That's all sensitive business information. If you think about the world of business agreements, it all comes down to I've got money, you've got stuff. We're exchanging my money in the form of digital tokens for your stuff, products, services, et cetera, in the form of digital tokens. And we're doing that under the terms of an agreement. So I need privacy for the money and the stuff, for the movement of that. I also need privacy for the terms of the agreement, right? The terms of the agreement, the rules that we agree to in terms of how we, where our discounts go, what our prices are, those are extremely sensitive. It's not a secret that Procter & Gamble sells shampoo to Target and Walmart and Tesco and Sainsbury. What is a closely guarded secret is how much, right? What their terms are, what's allowed in terms of refunds and rebates and discounts. That is very sensitive, and you can read all of that just from looking at the agreement. So we've got to have two kinds of confidentiality, right? And EY has made it our mission to industrialize both of these types of confidentiality. So the first type is a technology called Nightfall. Nightfall, which is now, it's up and running on the Polygon proof of stake network, and we'll be bringing it onto the Ethereum mainnet relatively soon. It is the only layer 2 network that really supports enterprise privacy or enterprise confidentiality requirements. And I specifically, I'm calling this confidentiality. I'll come back to why are we talking about really more confidentiality than privacy. But once you move assets into this Nightfall layer 2, all the movements are confidential, right? You can put assets in, you can take them out. However, and this is a really important part, and this is why it's not anonymous or completely private, you must identify yourself in order to move those assets in and take them out. This network only works for enterprises, and you must have what's called an Enterprise X.509 certificate, which is like a variant of an SSL certificate. And to get one of those, by the way, you've got to submit a lot of identification documents to get that certificate. It's not as simple as even as a regular SSL certificate. In fact, in the US, you can use an X.509 as a legal signature certificate. So it has legal weight, it carries your identity, it means that you can be identified for what you move into and out of the system, right? And that's really, really important. That's why you have confidentiality. No one can see what you're doing inside the system, but not anonymity. People will be able to identify you, what you're putting in, and what you're taking out. So we think Nightfall kind of falls into a really unique space in the global blockchain ecosystem. So if you think about this lovely 2x2, and I would love to claim credit for this, because this is like a perfect consulting chart, right? This is, somebody got like a good rating for this. Right? If you think about the world of blockchain, right, a lot of the sort of raw transactions in places like Ethereum are effectively fully public, but not really fully anonymous, but pseudonymous, right? You can identify that it comes from an address, and you may or may not be able to determine who that address is, but it's public. If you go ahead and put your ENS domain in your wallet, then people will know who's transacting. So if you go to prbrody.eth, you can see my very meager collection of NFTs, right? If you use a mixer, Tornado Cash, Aztec, Zcash, then you have privacy and anonymity, right? You are using math and other tools to effectively make it very difficult to follow where you are. You probably don't want to use that with your ENS address. And then finally, you have something like Nightfall. And what Nightfall does is you are identified, but the underlying data about your transactions is not. So we think this is kind of a unique space. It's private, it's really confidential, but it's not anonymous, right? And we think this is the maximum level of privacy that in the long run is compatible with enterprise business requirements and regulatory compliance interests. By the way, we have made a lot of progress in Nightfall. Like, if you have thought, oh, I've heard Paul talk about Nightfall before, it's because I've been going on and on and on about this for quite a while. We got started back in 2017 on this, so we've been working at this for a while. And in 2018, we showed our prototype at DevCon in Prague. And at that time, we managed a cost per transaction of $100 per transaction, which was not going to get us a lot of volume in this industry. And that, by the way, was when ETH was $250, right? That's a lot of gas. That is, for those of you, that's a mind-boggling amount of gas. But we made some progress. So in 2019 and 2020, we got ourselves down to about $2.50 a transaction. At that point, we still were not quite there. We need to scale up much more substantially. And so we decided to move to a ZK optimistic version. Right? And we got it on the testnet in 2022, and now we are finally up and running. And we've gotten to a price level that is massively scalable and a volume capability that's massively scalable. So we're under about a penny per transaction on the Polygon proof of stake network. We're at about 30 cents once we get deployed on the Ethereum mainnet based on the, roughly on the current gas prices. And just to give you a sense, like on top of Polygon proof of stake, we think we can handle about 250 to 300 million transactions per day. And we have a technical roadmap to roughly 4 billion transactions a day. Right? And by the way, long term, we believe that the blockchain industry needs to get to about 40 billion transactions a day under privacy in order to accommodate most major industries. At 4 billion a day, we could accommodate all of one large industry like pharmaceuticals. And at like 300 or 400 million a day, we can start to accommodate significant specific enterprise supply chains. So we've got a price and a scale that makes this a feasible implementation for industrial operations, for supply chain, for finance. And next year, we will have a new version out, which we've already started a lot of work on, which is called a ZK rollup. And that will be substantially more efficient than the current version. And very importantly, will operate just quite a bit faster. There's one downside of an optimistic rollup, which is that there is a delay in taking your assets out. With a non-optimistic version, you'll be able to move assets in and out instantly. I don't want to call it a pessimistic version, but let's call it a realistic version. The second piece of this equation is how do you get secure private business rules, right? So we got the money and the stuff covered. How do we get the logic to work, right? And the logic comes from a solution that we've made called Starlight. And Starlight actually comes from a lot of experience that we built trying to figure out how to build enterprise business rules on zero knowledge, right? Sort of fully private circuits that you can run on a public blockchain. It turns out that software developers did not like learning the heavy-duty math involved. And so what we came up with was Starlight. And what Starlight does is it lets you write a regular Solidity smart contract, and then you mark it up, you put it into the Starlight compiler. It's really a transpiler. And it spits out a zero-knowledge circuit that you can deploy onto the Ethereum mainnet, right? And so you can run this entire business logic, a business agreement, under full privacy on a public network. Now you have to design these things thoughtfully, because otherwise you'll accidentally leak all kinds of information that's not ideal. It's not a simple thing. You can't just sort of click a button and instantly have a private. You have to think carefully about how you design for privacy. But suffice it to say, it's doable, it works, and later this week we will be showing you a demonstration of a business application running on Starlight. Now we have one thing left, which is you've got to tie the transactions with the business rules together. And this is something called Starfall. I know we're not setting any records here for exciting naming, but Starfall is what allows you to bridge a Starlight and Nightfall together. And it works like this. Starlight lets you set up unique business logic, right? I have a business relationship with you, and you're giving me a 10% discount when I order more than 1,000. So we have a unique business relationship, which we just struck up now here on stage, right? So I can take that and I can put that into a zero-knowledge circuit, which I can deploy on the Ethereum or Polygon blockchain, right? At the same time, what I don't want to do is just move my tokens in and out of that little Starlight contract, because then everybody will be able to see exactly how many widgets I'm buying and how many dollars I'm paying for them, right? And no matter how fancy the logic is inside of that circuit, we will have a problem, which is it'd be like, well, there were 10 widgets and $5, so it's 50 cents each, right? It'll be too easy to figure out from the outside. Now, there could be incredibly complicated rules inside about, like, it was $1 for the first widget and it was 80 cents for the second and so on. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you'd be able to figure it out. So what you really want is you want your private business logic in one space, and then you want all of the movements of assets and tokens in a much larger space where it will be much harder for somebody else to reverse engineer what you did. So the tokens move around inside of Nightfall, and the logic happens in Starlight. And what Starfall does, it allows you to synchronize the two so that we could have a business agreement, and I could make sure that if you invoice me for my widgets, for the widgets that you sent me, it will only let you invoice me exactly according to the deal that we've signed. And I think that is immensely valuable. One thing I have observed in many, many years of working in large enterprises is that companies are fantastic. They're amazing at negotiating deals. And roughly 5 minutes after the deal has been signed, they have forgotten the terms. They can't remember what they're doing. They have no idea. Like, wait, where was the discount? What's a rebate? I don't know. How many have we bought? Like, how many do we have? We don't know, right? So we have created a tool that allows enterprises to have 100% guaranteed enforcement of their business rules. And I think that I think that's going to be valuable. I could be wrong. What can we do with all of this, right? I believe the answer is we can basically do across enterprise boundaries what we used to just be able to do inside the enterprise, right? Enterprise stuff is all over the place, right? So if you think about a supply chain, right? Yes, I have raw materials, I have manufacturing, I have transport, right? All the data in this supply chain is on these little digital silos, right? People are like, oh, we should be digital. We're already digital. What we are, though, is we are digital in like 1,000 small silos. And the data moves very badly between the silos. Some of it moves by fax, right? Some of it moves by EDI. My favorite is when you PDF something and you print it and you email it to them and then they type it back in, right? Stuff like that. It's very complicated. But if we tokenize stuff using Nightfall, we can create one token for a widget, and we can move it through the entire supply chain. We can run a digital twin of our supply chain, our business operations, under privacy in this ecosystem. Right? So Nightfall lets us tokenize assets, do them once, and move them. Not just re-enter the data, not just fax it or email it, but actually move the token. Right? Secondly, with Starlight, we can digitize the rules, the agreements that we have between companies, right? The rebates, the discounts, the thresholds, the return policies, all of that stuff. And then using Starfall, we can bring them together. We can run an enterprise business operation. We can take all the rules between enterprises and we can make them run automatically from one end of the ecosystem to the other with continuity of information and continuity of business process. And so that gets us back to something that we've been talking about but haven't really been able to deliver on for quite some time, which is blockchains we think will do for business ecosystems at a big level what ERP did inside the enterprise, which has got everybody on the same page and the same data. Small ambition, I know. So where does that leave us, right? So we at EY, we have been spending the last 5 or 6 years building a lot of these pieces, right? If you were to ask me 5 years ago, what do I want to do? The answer is I want to build all the pieces such that as we go through this transition, enterprises will be able to buy all the critical capabilities to enable blockchain capability from start to finish. Right? We may not be able to supply them to everybody, but you should be able to understand all the pieces. And so what I want to do now is give you a little bit of update on where are we going, what are we trying to build, how are we getting there. So we have a pretty consistent kind of evolution, right? Which is to start with, we fundamentally believe that without privacy technology, a lot of this stuff just is never going to scale. Enterprises are just never going to use blockchains at the level of scale that is possible. And so we invest a lot of time and energy in that. Secondly, we are building 2 pieces fundamentally of software. And it's actually a really kind of easy kind of model here. There's one item which is called OpsChain. OpsChain does one very simple thing. It does stuff on the blockchain. Makes tokens, deploys smart contracts, moves tokens around. OpsChain is for doing, and Blockchain Analyzer is for finding out what you did or was done to you. Right? It's a nice clean separation. One's for doing, the other's for finding out what happened. Right? And the goal is to make those available and package them up with consulting, financial statement audits, assurance, tax advice, all the things that you need to drive a substantive business transformation. Now, what I'm going to talk about today is the engineering side of things, right? The research and engineering side of things and where we're going. And then over the course of this week, you'll hear from a lot of my colleagues to talk about the heavy-duty consulting and services and strategy work that we are doing for lots of clients to make this a reality. So fundamentally, Nightfall, Starlight, and Starlight are kind of key tools. Nightfall is a public domain open source project. It is very important for me to emphasize it's not actually owned by EY. Right? We have done a lot of the work here, but we have contributed it into the public domain as a contribution to the Ethereum community, and we now have more and more other partners who are actively contributing to this. So something I'm really proud of, it's contributed to the public domain. Starlight has also been contributed to the public domain. It's a public domain open source project, again, with other companies. And the thing I'm particularly proud of is the public domain license means there is no license. There's no rules, there's no surprises, there's no special terms and conditions. You can just go to github.com/EYBlockchain, download it, use it however you want. There are no restrictions. If you want to make a version of Nightfall that's your own, you're absolutely welcome to do so. Starlight, we are in the early stages of industrialization. I think we're still sort of thinking about this. I think at the moment, Starlight may prove to be, let's call it a bit of our secret sauce in terms of being able to tie things together. I get the occasional question from our senior leadership, how are you making money on this? And I do have to have an answer. Now, other people will be able to figure out their own version of Starlight. It is not an absolute obstacle. It's just a thing that we have thought about that makes our approach a bit more efficient. Or Starfall, I should say. But Nightfall and Starlight, public domain, open source, usable by anybody, and we hope will become widely adopted. We know of quite a few startups that are planning to use this technology to build their own applications and tools, either on top of the network or to write their own privacy applications. Second big approach for us and big shift for us this year is we are moving to kind of two new default settings in our business. Number one, API first. So we're really basically saying goodbye to user interfaces. Everything will be an API. Enterprise developers will just be able to read the specification and write to it. And so you'll be able to mint tokens, general purpose ERC20, which is the standard fungible token, and the 721 and the 1155, which are the widely used fungible or mixed type of tokens. Very excitingly, and I'm foreshadowing, this is exciting foreshadowing here, carbon emissions traceability using the ERC 3525 standard is coming, or is actually here. And then I'm a bit more foreshadowing contract management. So purchase orders and partner management and contract management also coming as an API. So some of these are live now, some of these are in testing. Secondly, by the end of this calendar year, our goal is that the default setting on everything will be, all you will have to do is flick a switch in the API, and you will be able to direct your transactions into a privacy ecosystem, not just a public blockchain. So if you want to allocate your carbon emissions by product, you will be able to do that without your competition seeing how many widgets you're moving and where you're moving them, or exactly how much carbon you're consuming on each widget. So both of these are underway. My goal, as I said, by the end of this year, everything by API, everything privacy enabled. Ops-Chain Supply Chain Manager, that's our first real product that uses Nightfall. That is on implementation right now for our first users. And that's designed to support a business-to-business supply chain. And then very excitingly, we have a new product, or it's really a refresh product called Ops-Chain Contract Manager coming. And this is actually a really exciting one for a couple of reasons. So first of all, it takes something that every enterprise does, buying stuff, right? You have a buying entity, you have a selling entity. What Ops-Chain Contract Manager does is basically allows you to turn that purchase agreement into a smart contract, right? Deploy it on chain with privacy, and then manage all of the purchase orders and responses. And to do this, actually, by the way, we have modeled this all on EDI, right? Everything large enterprises do today is already running on electronic data interchange. Most large companies, they issue their purchase orders, they track their goods through EDI. Our APIs will accept and parse like standard EDI messages, which means that almost any ERP system will be able to spit out messages that are fully compatible with Contract Manager. All you'll have to do is go in, set up a contract between two entities, and you'll be able to start running it automatically, pretty much automatically. Now, this isn't a completely new product. It's actually a refresh product. And what's exciting about this is that we built a version of Contract Manager previously for Microsoft, and it's still in use at Microsoft. And what's really exciting about this is that we kind of use this, even though it was on a private blockchain without privacy technology implemented, it validated the value proposition of automating and scaling your business agreements using smart contracts. We took, I think, I've lost track, but it's well north of 3,000 Microsoft Xbox video game contracts and turned them into digital smart contracts. Cycle time required to calculate the monthly bill from 45 days to a couple of minutes. 99% cycle time improvement. In the world of consulting, that is generally considered pretty good. Number two, even after the entire cost of implementation, translating all the contracts, deploying them, the entire process cost about half what the original version did. And number three, vastly higher user satisfaction, far fewer disputes over contracts. Now, we pioneered this with a private blockchain, and it validated the value proposition, but we couldn't scale this up. We couldn't deploy it on a public chain and Microsoft couldn't just open it to everybody because there was no internal privacy within the network. You couldn't, if you let on one company, they would be able to see all the terms and conditions that Microsoft had with all the other companies. So this was a huge success from a business process operations standpoint inside of Microsoft, but it wasn't something we could scale up. Now, we can start to scale up this and offer it to users on public blockchains under privacy. And so that's kind of a really big step forward for us. We've got some other stuff cooking. So we've spent 7 years now investing heavily in zero-knowledge technology. And there's some other stuff that we have grown the ability to develop as well over time and validate. One of the newest ones that we're offering is custody key verification. This is a really common problem if you're a crypto exchange or you have a large amount of assets in custody, right? You need to manage your keys properly. This is extremely important. Losing keys, bad. Like really, really bad, right? Letting other people have your keys, also really, really bad. But the problem is, if you have keys that are really important, you do periodically need to test them. This is actually a really risky process. You get like these incredibly valuable things together, you plug them in together, you switch them on, you test them, and then you hope that nobody walks away with a copy. Like, it's not uncommon for like people to meet in secret hotel rooms, test things, and then like literally smash up the laptop they use for the testing. This is a high paranoia activity. And what's really cool about this is you can actually just do this entirely in software without ever bringing the keys back together using the same zero-knowledge math that we use for blockchain privacy. Right? So we'll see more of these. We can test these keys without any risk, much, much lower risk. It's faster, it's simpler. There's no need to buy a perfectly good laptop and then smash it up in a secret hotel room. I think it makes things less fun, but I'm told that this is of value to a number of crypto firms. Next, and this is another truly new product announcement, OpsChain ESG. So this is emissions tracking all the way down to the product level. So we are headed towards a world not just of zero carbon, but a world where we need to keep track of the level of carbon at each product, because we will have carbon frontiers. There will be carbon taxes, there will be carbon credits. This new product allows you to do exactly this. And so if you think about it, it's a very simple extension of tokenization, right? You tokenize emissions, and you can also tokenize your offsets. And then you can allocate them across your products. So if you think about making something, right, if you have raw materials, you've got some emissions, maybe you also, that raw material maker engaged in some offsets, you can track those. As they move into the manufacturing space, you have more emissions. And you're also going to have potentially more offsets. At transportation again, then in the warehousing mode, and then at the sales mode, and then finally in the support mode, right? It's very simple. It looks exactly the same. You can start to think about carbon emissions and carbon offsets as just another set of parts of the bill of material, and you can track them along with all the other products as they move the supply chain. And when you get to a carbon frontier, whether you're moving them into the European Union or some other country, and somebody says, can you prove to me like the carbon history of this product, you will be able to do so. You will have all of those records. So that is what OpsChain ESG does. It is just out now today. I think our press release went out a little bit earlier this morning, or it's going out first thing tomorrow. So you heard it here first. And this is not just something we cooked up on our own, right? This is something we spent a lot of time working with industry bodies to get right. Because one of the kind of problems in a lot of these industries is people say, oh, we have this really cool solution. How'd you get to it? Well, trust me, it's all good, right? That's not how it should work, right? The way it should work is we have agreed upon standards, we have agreed upon protocols, we have agreed upon rules. There are third parties. No surprise, spoiler alert, firm like EY, we're big on having third parties verify things, obviously for a fee. Right? But we are working with a large range of industry leaders to make sure that what we are putting out complies with the roadmap and the standards. And the roadmap and the standards are for sure going to change over time. So this is a product that will have to adjust. But the fundamental principle isn't going to change that much, which is you have carbon offsets, you have carbon emissions, you need to track them as they go through their life cycle, right? Because you want a maximum level of accountability, right? If you look at the new scope rules, there's a lot to do there in terms of making sure that this stuff moves along correctly. And then lastly, Blockchain Analyzer. This is something that we don't have any major new announcements today. We actually just finished. You'll see some of our auditors here. If they look a little bit gaunt and haggard, It's because they just finished the busy season. It ends around middle of April, right? Tax returns are due, company statements are due. But earlier this year, we did refresh Blockchain Analyzer in time for audit season. So we added some new features to it. We even added Dogecoin, which I know you're all heavily invested in. More stuff is coming this year. So every year we have to look at what's material to our clients, what do they care about, where do their customers have assets. Some of you will be like, who's buying Dogecoin? The answer is consumers have Dogecoin. And if consumers have Dogecoin, then exchanges have Dogecoin. And if exchanges have Dogecoin, then they need to make sure that they are tracking and managing and reconciling their books with on-chain transactions. One thing that is really exciting is this year, for the first time, we have our first non-audit client implementing this technology for their own internal use, which is a step forward. One of the things that we did last year was we were able to migrate the whole platform from a purely internal-facing system to something that can be exposed internally and externally, and now we're starting to make it available to financial services entities for their own operations. And one more progress, our smart contract review service. So we don't do smart contract audits because there's no such thing. And anybody who tells you that they've had their smart contract audited doesn't know what audit means. But we do review smart contracts, and we have invested heavily in this technology. We have a smart contract security team in Israel. And over the last year, we've built automated tools for simulating and testing smart contracts. And we've also turned it into a fully standardized service. So we have standard setup, we have best practice libraries. And in addition to that, we have turned this into a trained delivery team that also has individual expert reviews. And it can all be sort of packaged and delivered as a kind of fully standardized service. So again, not a really new product, but fundamentally one that we are maturing quite a bit. If there's a theme here, it's broadly in the standardization, the industrialization, and the scale-up of these tools for enterprise users. What's our end state goal? I think it's fairly straightforward. We're going to tokenize every asset, product, and service. That's our mission. We're going to automate all these B2B transactions, and we're going to understand through analytics everything that's going on, right? And the goal here is really to take this last era that was ERP inside the enterprise and apply a lot of the same transformation work to all those business relationships between enterprises. Okay, almost finished. Before I finish, I want to do one thing, which is about sort of maybe turning back the clock and thinking about the big picture, right? I think in the world of blockchain, we get frustrated with the pace of progress. We get frustrated with how quickly end users can adopt things, how quickly enterprises can adopt them, how quickly regulators can get on board with a particular vision of the future. We get frustrated, but we should not be frustrated. Like, we are moving right on schedule, right? And if you were to go back to the world of railroads, that would feel much more obvious. If we, with the perspective of some hindsight, it's important to have a big picture, right? We tend to get frustrated in the short run, but you can actually do a lot in the long run. And one of my favorite examples of this is, it just takes a long time to build really industry-changing stuff. This is U.S. railroad mileage. And apologies for the U.S.-centric chart, but it's the U.S. Has lots of long historical data on industrialization, so it makes for pretty charts. But what's really interesting about this is that actually, construction started in the 1830s. Things did not really get going until the 1850s. And it was a 30-year time period between about 1850 and 1880 where like the bulk of the nation's high-value railroad infrastructure was built. And they kept building all the way up until about the 1920s, and then there was a little bit of a decline. What's interesting is 150 years later, the total volume of railroad traffic in the United States is still rising. The network itself, each mile of track, is 43 times more productive than it was in 1890, right? That's a 3% annual productivity growth rate for 130 years. This is the timelines that we should be thinking about. By the way, you want a little example, it's a tiny bit more recent. Swift. it took basically 30 years to build out the bulk of the SWIFT network. And long after the bulk of the network was built, transaction volume exploded, right? It took a decade from 79 to 89 to get to like 200 institutions. And then from 89 to 99, it kind of grew, and then I think quite a bit. And what's interesting is the network kind of growth tailed off, but the transaction volume has kept going, right? And so when we think about kind of how long we are looking into the future and thinking about building blockchain infrastructure and enterprise infrastructure, we should be thinking about decades, not years, right? So that's kind of the end of the story. Actually, wait, I've got one more thing. It is not too early to start your holiday shopping. And I have written a book, and it's perfect. The FDA says it is safe and effective to fall asleep to. Vitalik didn't read the book yet, but he did give me a wonderful little endorsement. I've known him for almost 10 years now. And pre-orders are available starting today at the University of Arkansas Press. And they will be available on Amazon and Apple after the official launch date, which will be, I think, sometime in early July. And all of the royalties are going to fund blockchain public goods through Gitcoin. All right, that is my talk, and we have 7 minutes and 52 seconds for questions or gratuitous flattery. And I think we have, do we have people who are going to do the microphones for the questions?
We're doing questions at the end of the next session.
We're doing questions at the end of the next session, but we have 7 minutes. Do you want to start with?
We might as well just get moving.
Excellent. Okay, so we're going to go directly into the next session, and then we will have combined Q&A then. And then that way you'll have additional people to talk to. So, speaker. So we've got 2 more speakers in our kind of opening keynote set, and they are Caitlin Long and John Whelan. Now, even though both of these people are incredibly famous and need no introduction, I am going to give Caitlin an introduction because she is really incredible. She is a superstar. She is the CEO and the founder of Custodia Bank. She's a 22-year Wall Street veteran. And she has been working in Bitcoin and blockchain since 2012, which is actually even before I got started in this. And she's currently involved, I would say Custodia Bank is the most visionary and probably by far the most assertive banking entity in the world in terms of trying to move the discussion about regulation and regulatory compliance forward. So I'm incredibly delighted. She is what we call in the conference business a get. And it is amazing to have her. Please come and join us. Thank you so much for making time, Caitlin. Thank you for coming.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Thank you to EY. Thank you, all of you, both in person and online, for taking the time today. I'll spend about maybe 20, 30 minutes talking about the use of this technology in moving money, which is where my passion is. And then we're going to have John, and then it sounds like we'll do Q&A for the 3 of us. So we just heard a lot from Paul, and there was a very impressive development of the use of this technology in enterprise. What is so interesting to me, though, is that if it's not able to be linked to the movement of value, then it's basically just the next generation of ERP. It's not going to reach its ultimate potential. And unless we can actually link it to the movement of money, then it's just another enterprise software. That's great. That has a lot of value. But the moment we can actually automate the payment of invoices, automate corporate treasury, automate any sort of foreign exchange or domestic payment rail, and have that be internet native. That is the most important piece, is the internet native nature of this. I've been working in tokenization, as Paul said. I left Morgan Stanley, where I was a managing director in New York, running the pension business. And I'll come back and talk about how why this technology was so interesting to me in a moment, but I left in 2016 to work in tokenization and started working at the time with a startup that was working with the state of Delaware in the United States. What's so important about that? The state of Delaware is where the majority of US corporations are registered. The way that businesses are registered today is really just still in analog form. We've never really reached the potential of the internet to register things natively digitally. Okay, if you register a business entity, I don't know how it works in other countries, but certainly in the United States, it's still done in analog form. You create a form fill, and then you'll get a PDF, okay? But that's not really digital. And it's not data that can be used in an API call to verify that the shares that you're purchasing were legitimately issued. And can't be used in smart contracts, okay? So the idea was a really powerful one, which is let's start natively registering business entities. And once you natively start registering business entities, then there will never be a situation where the ledgers of Wall Street are out of sync with the ledgers where the business was registered. And believe it or not, that happens a lot in the United States. I went to the SEC in 2016 with the Deputy Secretary of State of Delaware, and he was sharing a number of instances in which the state of Delaware realized that the share count registered at the Secretary of State was not the same as the share count listed in the 10K of the publicly traded company. And it turns out that that's not that uncommon. And those of us in the technology field can understand how that happens. If the ledgers are never reconciled with each other, all you're relying upon is a manual process by the corporate secretary. There are definitely lag times, and because the databases are never synced, then the two can get out of sync, okay? It's very easy to see how that happens. And I'll come back to, as I mentioned, how is it that this technology was so interesting to me? I of course, saw, like many of us did, Bitcoin early on, had the negative reaction at first, there's no way, and then you go down the rabbit hole, I've never come back out. But what was so interesting was in my pension business at Morgan Stanley, which was my day job, I had to deal with operations. And I know a lot of you are operations people in the financial services world, looking at ways to automate processes. The challenge that all of you have is that if the data is not natively digital in the first place, then there's a break. You can't go natively digital end to end because you're starting with something that at best is just a form fill, which is ultimately really analog data, right? And so if all securities are registered that way, then you're never really going to be able to get to a smart contract world. All you're doing is layering on additional levels of complexity. So that's why in my pension business, where I had to deal with moving, we opened up what's called the large value pension transfer market in the United States. Those were already in existence in the UK, different regulatory structure. So I'm a lawyer by training and had to deal with reconciling two different regulatory regimes for what is ultimately the same risk, which is just an annuity. But more importantly, when we set these transactions up, you couldn't liquidate billions of dollars and pay cash that then had to be reinvested by the insurance company. So what we did was structure the transactions. Our first one was a $29 billion transaction with the General Motors pension fund, and Prudential was the one that ultimately wrote the annuities. It was basically like an M&A transaction. You're selling the pension business of GM to Prudential, who acquired $29 billion of assets. So how do you move the $29 billion of assets without having to liquidate them? Now you start to get into the real problem, which is back then, securities traded T plus 3 days. It took 3 days to settle a securities trade. Now it's T plus 2. Believe it or not, even movement of cash between two non-banks in that size, it was $3.5 billion was the estimated cash amount from a non-bank to a non-bank. We had to get the New York Fed involved with that. And there was also the largest, I think still to this day, the largest, this was in 2012, the largest ever private equity secondary market transfer inside of this $29 billion transaction. So there were three big movements of asset types that all had different settlement features. And here's the problem we had to solve for. We had to make sure that all of the assets made it from the GM pension fund to Prudential on the same day. Okay, well, when you're dealing with securities settlement, which was T+2 days, that was obviously a problem. It turns out that was the easiest piece because we just signed over the custodial account. But to get into the weeds of the cash movement, I was just horrified, to be honest, about all of the settlement issues that we had to deal with. And that's what got me so interested in this technology. We need internet native money. We have it. It can be used in these powerful smart contract platforms, but it all has to be integrated in. Now, why did I end up, after having worked at a startup that was looking at natively digitally registering, and by the way, had run smack dab into the incumbent problem, which is that the registered agent companies, which like to do things in paper form, like to push a lot of paper, weren't that interested in having it all change, okay? And the political realities occurred. The previous governor of Delaware at the time was a tech guy, right? So he saw this as a way to solidify the future leadership of the state of Delaware in corporate registration, which is a huge revenue stream for the state of Delaware. But he was term limited, and the new replacement that came in was not as interested, and the person that he appointed to his economic development role was the CEO of one of the registered agent companies. So you can immediately see what happened to the whole initiative. Okay, a lot of us are dealing with this both internally as well as in our external business opportunities as well. The so-called incumbent problem, where the incumbents use the regulatory process to block the startups and the innovators. I'm living this as we speak. So that's the problem we were trying to solve. This technology was the way to solve it. We haven't gotten there yet. But what was so interesting is I didn't even fully realize the magnitude of my own home state. I grew up in the state of Wyoming. For those who are not familiar, it's just north of Denver, 90 minutes north of Denver, in the Rocky Mountains in the United States. The state of Wyoming invented something called the Limited Liability Company, which is at the time, the second most popular form of business entity registration. And so if Delaware wasn't going to do it, I thought, well, Wyoming is number 2 in business entity registrations because they invented the LLC in 1977, did all the work with the IRS. It took 8 years to get through the IRS in the United States to recognize it to solidify the tax treatment. And literally within a couple of years, all 50 states had copied what Wyoming had done. I'll come back to that. Remember that, because Wyoming is a bit of a trailblazer. It's a surprising state to be a trailblazer in something like this, because it's actually, I think, the lowest populated state in the United States, or one of the 2 or 3 lowest populated states. It has more cows than people. But it has this history of blazing trails and getting the work done with the federal government. This is going to be a theme that I'll come back to in a moment to talk about what Wyoming has done in digital asset regulation, because I agree with Paul that this is going to be regulated, and what Wyoming did was roll up sleeves and said, let's figure out how to regulate this. But before I get to that point, here are the building blocks. I figured that Wyoming, being the second state with a business entity registration franchise in the United States, would be interested in potentially leapfrogging Delaware using technology to do it. It turns out the Secretary of State in Wyoming had just upgraded their IT system and wasn't interested in putting a smart contract system in place at the time. But hold on to that thought, because there is a hardcore Bitcoiner in a position of authority in the Wyoming Secretary of State's division now. And so I think there's a decent chance that a technology upgrade to allow for natively digital registrations will end up coming in Wyoming. And to jump ahead a little bit, Wyoming has passed now more than 30 laws in the last 6 legislative sessions, going back to 2018, including this year. And a couple of those deal with natively digitally registering entities, including it was the first country in the United States to natively digitally register DAO LLCs. So if a DAO wants to actually have a legal entity, which means it's not truly decentralized. I get that it's a misnomer, but there are a lot of reasons why DAOs might vote to register. The biggest of which is they can qualify for bank accounts and brokerage accounts if there's a control person and they're named. And as a result, if they have that registration, that allows them to connect to the traditional financial system. The state of Wyoming now has that. It's done still in analog form, but stay tuned because you can see the building blocks are coming where the state of Wyoming is going to be leading in that area, I believe. But now let's come back to what is my personal passion, which is having seen all of these operational problems and recognizing how hard it is to deal with the movement of value through the traditional financial system because of the tech debt that the traditional financial system has. This enormous amount of just operational complexity that was added at the time because it simplified manual processes. But we have all inherited that. And if we can automate the digitization of money, we can cut through a lot of that cruft. And the cruft is a function of the fact that it used to be very expensive to process data, and it used to be very expensive to store data. But both of those two things, computer processing power as well as data storage, the cost has come way, way, way down. And now we're at the point where really we can move data at the speed of light. So why is it that money doesn't move at the speed of light? We are still stuck in this de facto analog world. And it's the same problem as I would argue happened with securities. We are not natively digitally creating money. We are analog creating money at the central banks in fiat currency. They are not natively digitally creating it. Even in the US, when FedNow comes online, that is still analog. It is at bottom, at that base layer, it's not natively digital. So that is why, and it was so great to hear Paul say that EY is so committed to open public blockchains on the back end, because that is natively digital money. And to get something that's useful in a smart contract for something outside of moving money, like tracking lettuce, et cetera, like supply chain, all the automated payments of invoicing, if you're really going to get the value out of those types of applications of shared infrastructure like EY is working on, it's going to require natively digital money. That doesn't exist right now in the fiat world. Now, that is why there is a push towards central bank digital currencies. I have said publicly, though, that is a hill I will die on, because that absolutely turns into control that can be abused. And boy, have we seen that abused. And it's so interesting. I don't know if, I know we have several Americans in the audience, but non-Americans might not have understood how much this has become a political hot potato in the United States. The two primary candidates for the Republican and Democratic parties are both, frankly, anti-crypto, both President Biden in a virulent way, and Trump, who came out against Bitcoin in a big, long tweet thread a few years ago. He hasn't said much since. But the reason I bring that up is that the two challengers underneath them, DeSantis on the Republican side and RFK Jr. on the Democratic side, have both come out really punching against central bank digital currencies. And so it's turned out to be fascinating. It's not a political issue because it cuts across aisles. It's not the traditional, fighting that everybody does across the two political parties in the United States, because you've got people both within both political parties who are virulently opposed and those who are virulently for. central bank digital currency. So I'll set that aside because it's turned into a political hot potato, and you're now seeing governors, coming out and vetoing things like commercial law upgrades to recognize electronic instruments and saying that that's all, the path to CBDC. They're not entirely wrong, but they're not quite right about that either. It's just turned into a political hot potato. So where does that leave us? I'm a hardcore Bitcoiner. Those of you who do follow me know that mostly what I'm interested in is Bitcoin, because it does one thing extremely well, which is move value in a natively digital form. It can absolutely be used in smart contracts, and I'm for the experimentation in those technologies precisely because moving money in a natively digital form is going to cut through all those layers of intermediaries. Now, what does that do, cutting through those layers of intermediaries? Of course, you've got the incumbent problem in a massive way. And by the way, I was watching the BBC over here. There was a very interesting interview with Richard Branson, and he talked about how he ran into the incumbent problem with Virgin Atlantic, and how British Airways, which really is an arm of the government, certainly was even more so, it sounds like, at that time, was just in a guerrilla campaign to just crush him at the time. And I didn't know that whole history. And boy, I was relating to the experience that he was relating about how difficult it was to challenge the very ensconced incumbent that just wanted to keep its monopoly, okay? So what's interesting is, now, how does that bring us back to Custodia Bank, given that I just laid out the philosophy that we need natively digital money, but you're not going to get it in the fiat rail, and frankly, you don't want it in the fiat rail because then the politicians get control and can start abusing it. And we're seeing that, by the way, in the United States as well. There's something called Operation Choke Point, which the Obama administration started in 2013, that essentially tried to debank, using regulatory pressure, the payday lenders. They're a controversial industry, but regardless of what you think of them, they're a legal, lawful business, and they were getting debanked all of a sudden, and it turned out, it took litigation to force open what was happening. It turned out that there was a concerted effort by the bank regulators to pressure the banks not to bank those companies because they were deemed high risk. It ended up expanding to 30 different industries. The digital asset industry became one of those. And so for those of us who've been around, this is my third crypto winter. In each one of the crypto winters, we see this industry lose its US dollar bank accounts. And indeed, actually, part of the reason why Coinbase became what it is in the United States is because it was able to quickly replace its US dollar bank account when it lost its bank account with Silicon Valley Bank, I think in 2013 or so. That turned out to be the difference between who made it and who didn't, which is very anti-American, but if you think about it. But that was happening at the time of Operation Choke Point. Now, that all calmed down. When the litigation came out, there was a settlement between the payday lenders in a big lawsuit with the FDIC. They admitted that they had done this, the regulators had, and agreed not to do it anymore. Well, the person who's in charge of the FDIC now is the same person who started it back in 2013, and so we're back again with Operation Choke Point 2.0. Unfortunately, that was one of the problems that Custodia Bank, which is a Wyoming chartered bank, set out to solve, which is we did not want to have this industry lose its bank relationships. We wanted to create regulatory compliant bridges between the digital asset industry and the traditional finance. And, very importantly, do it in a way that didn't blow up either side. This is really important because all of you sitting in this room and watching this podcast are acutely aware of how fast digital assets settle relative to how traditional finance assets settle. And so as a result, it was obvious to me from the get-go that the bank run risk was going to be higher in this digital asset space because it just settles, these transactions settle very quickly. In the US, the ACH payments settle next day at best. There is same-day ACH, but it's not used really very much. And then FedWire settles same day, but it's not programmable. You're still form filling or filling out, believe it or not, in paper with a pen, a FedWire instruction form in the United States. And by the way, most corporate treasurers, because I know we're talking to an enterprise audience here, most corporate treasurers still send their payment instructions through some sort of a flat file to their bank, and then they get it back the next morning and have to reconcile and deal with whatever payments failed, okay? It's obvious that there is a lot of potential to upgrade these processes, but what's missing is the natively digital money. So we set about to solve that problem and the problem of the debanking of this industry, and the state of Wyoming said, we want to play ball. We want to get ahead of this trend because we see what everybody in this room sees, which is that it's inevitable and it's coming. And so they said, all right, let's roll up sleeves, work with the Federal Reserve. Initially, actually, this is an interesting little vignette. The Fed, because we knew that the narrow bank, which is a non-lending bank in Connecticut, was denied access to the US payment rails. We figured there was a chance that this might end up in litigation. And so when I say we, it's the whole group of people. I was the idea generator, not an elected official, but handing ideas in to the legislative drafters and the elected officials who were working on these ideas to create this welcoming legal and regulatory regime in Wyoming. And the original draft, here's the story, the original draft of the bill for this new type of bank charter for specializing in digital assets had a requirement that the Attorney General sue the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve called, if they didn't get recognized, the Federal Reserve called the state of Wyoming and said, we've just litigated that and we don't want to litigate it again. If Wyoming validly charters banks, we will recognize them. And then years later, when 4 banks got validly chartered, the Fed rug pulled. And completely went back 180 degrees on the original deal that was cut. I was not involved with that. I was just aware that that had happened. So unfortunately, what happened is it looks like Washington, D.C. overruled all the work that was done with the folks in the system that were in favor of what was happening. The impact of that is that Wyoming put together this new non-lending bank charter that was designed, as I said, from a perspective of ensuring that neither the digital asset ecosystem nor the traditional banking system hurts the other. We understood that there was such a difference in settlement risk and the settlement timing of the different assets that we had to make sure that neither one of the two systems infected the other with problems. And I lament because if you go back to some of the speeches I was making in 2020, I was warning about the bank run risk that was going to take place because of how fast digital assets settle, and especially what I was focused on was stablecoins. It turns out stablecoins didn't have a run, that a number of folks subsequently started talking about the potential for a stablecoin run infecting traditional finance. It didn't even take something settling as fast as stablecoins to infect traditional finance. It just took plain old boring old online banking to create the bank runs that we are seeing in the United States. And by the way, for those who are not American, the reason that you have, the US system is very different than most others. The reason that you have the small banks is that that's where most of the community lending occurs, and they're not subject to Basel III requirements. So it's a lot of confusion for folks who work for large banks outside of the United States. Why is it that you don't have the liquidity requirements? How is it possible that these banks literally were sitting on 6 cents of cash? And when the demand deposits, with Silicon Valley Bank had 25% of their deposits withdrawn within the span of 4 hours. Okay, on average, those smaller banks were sitting with 6 cents of cash. When 25% of the deposits exit, okay, you're going to have a liquidity problem. This is not rocket science. But that's why it was so important to, again, think through the settlement differences and the liquidity needs to understand that traditional banks are just not set up to handle the fast settling transactions. And again, it's kind of funny to say they're fast settling because on Bitcoin it's on average 10 minutes. In Ethereum, it's on average around 3 minutes, but that's a lot faster than next day or a few hours, right? So we understood that we needed to make sure that something was going to safe and sound bridge the settlement timing differences between those two systems. So where do we go from here? The US has shot itself in the foot, unfortunately. And as being someone who found herself in the middle of it, because we've been spending years very carefully trying to construct a legal and regulatory regime that is rules-based. All of it is publicly available. All of it was done in public comment processes with public hearings, public testimony, and it's available for anyone to use. When we built it and no one came, technically, it's not that no one came. There were 150 different groups that came to the state of Wyoming in 2019 trying to set up banks and under this regime. And the Wyoming banking commissioner turned every one of them away and said you would not have been credible to the Fed. So we needed a team, we, the royal we, needed a team to step forward and say, all right, let's get this door open, let's actually define where the guardrails are and work with the Fed to get this done in a safe and sound way. And so there are 4 of us chartered. There are more on the way, but we're blocked right now because the US has decided in an all-of-government approach to push back against this technology and also, unfortunately, to Paul's point earlier about supporting the public open permissionless blockchains, they're pushing back against the open public permissionless blockchains. On January 3rd, the 3 federal banking regulators in the US came out with a statement that said that that banks needed to be aware of the risks. And again, that's wink, wink, nod, nod, don't do it in bank speak. Needed to be aware of the risks of the following. Use of open, public, and or permissionless networks. At first I thought, did they mean open, public, and or permissionless blockchains? But that's not what they said. They said open, public, and or permissionless networks. What is TCP/IP? What is SMTP, right? What is HTTP? What is Voice over Internet Protocol? Every bank is using all of those. And the official statement of the US government is that that's risky. Okay, and at first, again, I thought this is crazy. This must be just lawyers, and again, I'm trained as a lawyer, so I can poke fun of lawyers. This is just lawyers over-lawyering and not talking to technology people and writing policy. But when you look at what's happened in the United States with some of the most tech-forward banks, with all this online banking capability that had the ability for withdrawals to happen very fast, I'm now not so sure that they didn't actually mean that they don't really want banks using online banking. That is a radical thought, but I see heads nodding. When you understand that the technology on the back end is 1970s technology in the United States, and what has happened is that the tech-forward banks and the fintechs who use those tech-forward banks have gotten so far ahead. What those banks and fintechs have done is build middleware to put in a Ferrari front end with what is still a horse and buggy back end. And that is what the Federal Reserve is operating in the payment system, ACH and FedWire right now. And so I am not so sure that they didn't mean that they want the banks to abandon that technology and go back to the analog world. But let me close by saying, because that's such a radical thought, but I am now not sure that that's not what they actually meant. That's what they said, so we can take them at their word. What does that mean? I actually think that that is, in a weird way, hugely positive for open, public, and or permissionless blockchains. Why? Because that technology, it's just like Uber. That technology is so superior to the old taxis that we all took at the old airports, right, waiting in long lines, right? It gives such a better consumer experience. It solves a lot of the latency problems, which cause increases in cost and cause increases in counterparty risk as transactions are working their way through the system. Somebody's wearing that unsettled transaction counterparty risk. And it increases everybody's cost of capital. So if we can solve all of this by making the movement of money natively digital, people are just going to walk with their feet to these new technologies and go around the banking system. I fear that is exactly what's going to happen in the United States. that especially there is a generational thing that the millennials and the Gen Zs who have never set foot in a bank branch, who've never filled out a paper form or written a paper check, okay? And now they're being pushed back into that world by the regulators who are afraid of the technology. It is exactly the wrong answer for the United States. And unfortunately, we find ourselves on the front lines. I wish I'd had the ability to sit down with the Fed governors and explain all this to them, but they were not interested in listening. We did not have the opportunity to do that. But I will say in this public forum that I'm still willing to do that and sit down. It's crystal clear to me that this was the wrong decision for the United States. It's a great opportunity for the rest of the world until the US gets its head out of the sand and realizes that this technology is not going away. And instead of literally shoving it all into the shadows, which is what the decision has been made at the Biden administration in Washington, all the way up to the top right now, that ultimately that pendulum is going to have to start swinging back. And I don't think that the US will abandon this in its entirety, but we certainly have a tough couple of years to row. All right, I think we're John next, or would you like to do?
We're gonna do John next.
Perfect.
If you want to take a seat, John's going to join us in a second. I'm just going to quickly introduce John. First of all, I mean, that was amazing, and I've never heard all the history, which I really, really loved. Our next speaker is John Whelan. John is in charge of all the crypto, fiat, CBDCs, everything blockchain related at Santander. In addition to that, he is also the chairman of the Ethereum Enterprise Association. He is, in terms of visionaries, accomplishing things in the world of blockchain and crypto, and specifically on public Ethereum. I don't think there's many people in this industry that are more accomplished than John, so it's an incredible follow-up to Caitlin's discussion, and after that, we will have Q&A. So John, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Paul. Some very nice words from the illustrious Paul Brody, and a very difficult speaker to follow. Caitlin, wonderful story. You did the right thing. You went from TradFi to crypto.
Correct.
I went the other way. I went from crypto to TradFi. I'm guessing you probably went the right direction. All right, we do have slides. Okay, I've got a few slides just to guide the discussion. So I'm the managing director of crypto and digital assets. That is a real job title at Banco Santander. Santander, global bank based in Spain, operations or banks in many different countries in Europe, one here in the United Kingdom, you see it on the high street. North America, Mexico, United States, and then LATAM, we're quite ubiquitous there as well. I actually work for the investment bank. But I have responsibility really to cover all of our crypto and digital assets activities across all of our businesses, whether they're retail banking, private wealth, asset management, our payments business, and of course the investment bank itself. These days, I probably spend north of 50% of my time engaged in compliance and regulatory matters. And that's what I'm going to talk a little bit about here. I think that empirically, the issues that Caitlin has been running into with a startup bank in Wyoming in the United States, Custodia, large TradFi runs into exactly the same things at scale. I'm based in Madrid, it's in Spain. I've got two big regulators that I deal with frequently. The Banco de España, the local central bank, and the CNMV, the Spanish SEC. Here in the United Kingdom, we've got the FCA and the Bank of England. United States, well, we have a bunch. SEC, OCC, Federal Reserve, we've got the CFTC, Commodities Futures Trading Commission. Actually, I should have remembered that because I used to be a floor trader at the Chicago Board Options Exchange back in the year 2000 and 2001. Long story. Back in those days, trading was really analog. Bunch of guys in a pit fighting with each other, trading paper tickets and making a lot of mistakes. Those mistakes were called out trades and would have to be fixed at the end of the day. Any ex-traders in the room here? Got one in the back. All right. And so these regulatory issues and compliance issues pop up all over the world, no matter what the business is. And then we have this layer across the world, what I call the supranational regulators as well. We've got the BIS, Bank of International Settlements, the FSB, Financial Stability Board, FATF, Financial Action Task Force. which specifies topics related to compliance. We've got the G7 and a bunch of, I would say, regional regulators as well that are at the kind of supranational level. The same is true in the European Union. All right. Now, just as a quick reminder, when I say digital assets, here's what I'm talking about. And I'm going to walk from left to right across the screen here. Number one, we've got digital securities. These are blockchain-based bonds, equities, derivatives, collateral management systems. You can represent a security as an ERC20 on the public Ethereum blockchain. Been there, done that a few times. It's actually quite challenging from a regulatory point of view. There's also digital cash. Now, I think the world and many of our regulators are confused by the digital cash, that it automatically implies a CBDC, a central bank digital currency. It does not. There are 4 different ways to deliver digital cash, digital dollar, for example, into an economy. 1, yes, you can do a central bank issued CBDC, where the CBDC itself is a liability on the balance sheet of the central bank, just like cash or reserves might be today. It would be a third form of central bank money. I actually don't believe it's necessary for central banks to issue CBDCs directly. There are 3 other ways to do it. You can do it as a stablecoin. USDC and Tether are both stablecoins where there is some amount of cash on deposit at a custody bank. Custodia could do this, for example. And then a token is issued against that particular cash asset that's on deposit at the custody bank. And we're seeing an enormous amount of product market fit from USDC and Tether. It's great to have digital dollars available on public blockchains for transactions. I like to buy NFTs as well. Even though NFTs, the currency of record is probably Ether these days, increasingly Bitcoin with ordinals. It's kind of exciting. What are we at, $20 a transaction these days on the Bitcoin network? More. Right, it's fantastic. It's being used, right? It's a good thing. Third way to do digital cash, and I think we're going to see a lot more of this from banks like Santander and our other large banking institutions around the world, are tokenized bank deposits. Your bank deposit today is stored in kind of an analog database called a core bank system, which underneath in 1970s technology is a bunch of COBOL. By the way, ChatGPT writes COBOL programs just perfectly, I checked. There's a business there for somebody. Not kidding, right? Right. Instead of using Python to write, no, do it in COBOL. I couldn't even read the stuff. So we can do stablecoin, tokenized bank deposit, and I think we're going to see a lot more of the banks themselves. You'll have a wallet or on your phone, your app will allow you to move your funds. Probably at some point in the future, you'll have your savings account, checking account, digital wallet account, and it'll all be interoperable with the other banks doing the same things. Now, there's enormous lift in the background that has to happen to enable that. So it's going to take years and years and years. In the meantime, we've got stablecoins to use. And the 4th way of doing this to deliver digital cash into an economy is through what I call reserves-backed digital currency, or BDCs, where the cash is actually on deposit at the central bank account and tokens are issued against that cash instead of being at a commercial bank. So 4 ways to do digital money in an economy: CBDC, stablecoins, tokenized bank deposits, or RBDCs. That's it. I think in the United States, probably what will happen, given the opposition to CBDCs, is we'll see the other 3 kinds flourish and operated by private operators, and they'll all become interoperable with each other. That would make sense. Other jurisdictions around the world will make different decisions, probably for various geopolitical reasons, like China, like the European Union. But there are different ways to accomplish the same thing. We've got non-financial use cases for digital assets. Many NFTs are non-financial. CryptoPunks, apes, they're non-financial until you fractionalize them, of course, and then they automatically, in most jurisdictions, become securities. Don't fractionalize your NFT collection. You're going to have to hire a securities lawyer pretty quickly. And then, of course, there's the world of crypto, which I think many of us find extremely interesting and inspiring, which is where all of this technology really comes from. Bitcoin, Ethereum, smart contracts, DeFi, NFTs. I would love to be able to spend more of my time on that stuff than on the I think, more boring TradFi stuff, but the job of moving a large financial institution, pointing it in the right direction for the digital assets future and getting it going is important enough, right? Okay, so let's talk about regulation. The whole world of finance fits into 5 layers: custody, liquidity, execution, surveillance, and reporting. And there's regulation at every single one of these layers. And I'm going to go layer by layer from the bottom to the top and talk about the different kinds of regulation that is needed. Now, it doesn't matter whether we're talking about derivatives, bonds, equities, or crypto. These 5 layers apply. So we're going to talk about these 5 layers and put the crypto hat on and some of the recent developments around the world related to regulatory movement, legislative movement, enforcement actions. It's unfortunate that that has to happen. But we see similar in different jurisdictions around the world. Number 1, custody. I wrote a paper in 2019. 3rd chapter of that paper is called Custody is King. Custody in financial services is foundational. If you don't get custody right, nothing else on top works. Now, what does it mean for custody of crypto? Well, at a technical level, it means storage of long random numbers known as cryptographic keys. Okay, at a technical level, that's quite simple. But if you try and become a crypto custodian, and if you do it yourself, you're responsible for self-custody. It's like keeping your money in your pocket. If you lose your money and the money falls out of your pocket, it's your problem. Okay, now, at scale, however, people don't keep huge amounts of money in their pocket. They put it in the bank. Okay, good for business. That's my job. In the crypto world, we're beginning to see the same thing, where it's important to have third-party custodians who hold crypto assets on behalf of clients. Now, those clients can be individuals, small scale, large scale. They can be hedge funds, high net worth. We're beginning to see, I think at some point, we'll see pension funds do some asset allocation into this kind of space, insurance companies, etc. Now, in that world where you have a custodian that has, let's say, $1 billion worth of Bitcoin for 100,000 customers in storage, the question is then, what happens if that custodian goes bankrupt? Who owns the money? Now, under normal circumstances in the financial industry, and I'm going to use the American approach here because I think it's easy to understand, there's what's called a qualified custodian. That means that I run my custody business, I make my profit and loss, but all of the assets that are in custody are actually the property, legally speaking, and tested by litigation many, many times over the past, they're the property of the clients. That, unfortunately, in the United States and in other jurisdictions around the world, does not specifically apply to crypto assets. So I think, importantly, we need very, very well-defined custody laws in the United States. In the European Union, those custody laws are written in as part of MiCA, Market in Crypto Assets legislation, which we spent a long, long time negotiating. And hopefully that they produce a custody regime that is suitable for digital assets custodians to run their business and give confidence to clients that have assets in custody that they're safe in case of bankruptcy of the custodian. It's an important facet. Incidentally, in 2017, the Swiss figured all of this out. In fact, the best regulations in the world for crypto are in Switzerland, in my opinion, where the Swiss said, this digital asset stuff looks a lot like traditional assets. Regular, normal financial regulations apply. Custody regulations apply. Broker-dealer regulations apply. And other regulations apply. And that's why I think there's a really flourishing digital assets business of all kinds, crypto and digital securities now beginning in Switzerland, although it is a relatively small country. Which brings us to second layer, liquidity. What is liquidity? I remember our head trader asking me when I was in my late 20s, John, what's a market? Well, I was thinking, somebody like Shepherd's Bush Market, you know, a bunch of stalls, people selling stuff. He said, market's real simple. It's a bid and an offer. Offer, a bid to buy something and an offer to sell something, and that's a market. It means transactions can begin to happen. Now, in order to provide liquidity in financial markets, let's look at securities. You need a broker-dealer license. I work for a bank. We have a broker-dealer license. Multiple countries, different flavors. In certain countries, broker-dealer licenses are required for all kinds of financial assets. In some countries, you don't need a broker-dealer license for commodities. Do you need a broker-dealer license to buy and sell commodities in the United States?
Depends.
Okay, it depends. So the point is that there are some nuances here, right? Generally speaking, providing liquidity in financial markets is a licensed and regulated activity. Now, when it came to the offering of Bitcoin for sale, particularly in the United States and also in other countries, the crypto brokers, they call themselves exchanges. They're not really licensed exchanges as such. We'll get to that when we get to execution here in a second. But the crypto brokers did the best they could and said, you know what, this isn't really a commodity. It's not really, well, they tried to use commodities law, which is fine. But they said this is not a security, and much of crypto is definitely not a security or shouldn't be a security. But they didn't have specific license regimes to be able to offer these assets for sale. So they kind of snuck in through what are called MSBs, money service business license, MTO, money transmitter organization licenses. And then later in the US, we saw this thing called BitLicense pop into being in New York. Similar thing happened in the European Union, where there are PSP, payment service provider licenses available in different jurisdictions that are not quite fully appropriate to be able to offer financial assets for sale, but perhaps close enough to allow the business to grow. Now, what we've seen as these businesses have kind of crossed the threshold of being meaningful, they are going to need to be licensed appropriately, and we're seeing specific regulatory regimes come into being in different jurisdictions that allow these businesses to say, I need a license, let me move forward and do this. Like, for example, in the European Union with MiCA, there will be a license for crypto brokers and exchanges. There's a registration system in Spain already, where if you're running a digital assets business, you can show up at the central bank and say, I'd like to be registered. Now, it's not quite a license, but at least it's a step towards regulatory compliance. There's a consultation open at the moment from Her Majesty's Treasury here in the United Kingdom related to the whole digital asset space. Hopefully, within a year or two, that will result in suitable and appropriate licenses for offering crypto for sale in a way that gives confidence to the industry so that they can invest accordingly, but also to investors. Execution. Now, in many cases, liquidity providers also offer execution services. You think about a stock exchange. What a stock exchange does is it aggregates liquidity from a bunch of different liquidity providers and offers execution at scale. Now, the word for stock exchange in the European Union is MTF, Multilateral Trading Facility. You need a license for that. In the United States, you've got exchange licenses, but you also have a thing called an ATS, which is an alternative trading system license. Depending on how electronic you are, depending if the order book is fully third party or if you offer any of the liquidity yourself. So now we need a third form of licensing regime for the aggregators of liquidity, not just for a specific liquidity provider, but an aggregator of liquidity. Whew! This is why 50% of my time is spent on compliance and regulatory issues. But we have to solve these problems. So now I've got custody figured out, I've got the liquidity figured out, I've got the execution side of things figured out. But you know what? I need to monitor all of these transactions because it's money. It's value. And anytime there's value involved, I've got KYC, know your customer, AML, anti-money laundering, and I've got a plethora of different regulators in different jurisdictions telling me how to do it, and they're all slightly different from each other. In the European Union, if I want to do a transaction, you got to do KYC and AML instantaneously, all your sanctions checks above, let's say, 250 euros. Okay, in the United States, the threshold is higher. It's $3,000. It's still pretty low because it was set 30 years ago and inflation has kind of caught up. We have these supranational bodies, particularly the FATF, Financial Action Task Force, that is really about eliminating or reducing to the extent possible money laundering across the world. And one of the mechanisms they do to do that is what's called the travel rule. It's not about us traveling anywhere or getting on an airplane. It's about the data of a financial transaction traveling with the financial transaction. So John in Spain wants to send $1 million to Caitlin in Wyoming. Okay, I've got to put into my payment object, I think it's an MT, 103, 202, message type. It's a Swift format, which there would be the name of the sender, the name of the beneficiary, address of the sender, address of the beneficiary, and that information is supposed to travel from the sender side to the beneficiary side. The beneficiary bank does a bunch of checks, sanctions checks, PEPs screening, which is not something gastric. It is politically exposed persons screening, right? And then eventually, assuming it all comes back okay, and if you've got a name that's, fairly common, you try send. My name's John Whelan. There's lots of John Whelans in Ireland. If I try to send something to my brother Tim Whelan, there's lots of Tim Whelans in Ireland. Something's going to get flagged somewhere. Assuming everything comes back okay, the bank on the beneficiary side sends a signal back to the sender saying, yeah, we can accept the payment. And then hopefully everything connects via a whole series of what are called nostro accounts, different holdings that are held in different places. And the money can actually be delivered sometime T+3 more or less internationally from John's bank account in Spain to Caitlin's bank account in the United States. And it's just money. It's just ones and zeros in a machine. Come on, people. I'm an engineer. I explained this to my colleagues. Just ones and zeros. Well, we only do the batch thing at the end of the day, and it only runs from 9 o'clock in the morning until 6 o'clock in the evening. And then you got, okay. And there's nobody at the service center to call if there's a problem. And okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so surveillance, you got to solve that problem too. And it's mostly around compliance. And the biggest sin a bank can either commit or be involved in, or even adjacently, accidentally be part of, is an FCC, a financial crime compliance violation. That's where there's huge fines associated with this. So there's very, very little tolerance. In fact, there's no tolerance for making a mistake when it comes to FCC, financial crime compliance. So there's a huge amount of work spent on surveillance. Which brings us to the last leg of the stool. Reporting. Now, so I've got my business set up, I got my custody, liquidity, execution, surveillance, the whole thing's running just fine. And now I've got to report it back to the regulators what I have on my balance sheet. And I work for a bank. Now, on a bank's balance sheet, we've got assets and liabilities. Liabilities are all your bank deposits. They're a liability because the bank owes you, and the assets are the other things. But in order to support our business, we have to allocate a certain amount of capital based on the nature of those assets. Now, there's a big discussion going on at the moment that if a bank of any kind, small or large, was to hold crypto assets, Bitcoin, Ether, on its balance sheet, how much capital should it have put aside in order to support a business using those assets? And right now, from our friends in Basel in Switzerland, the Bank of International Settlements, the BCBS, Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, prudential balance sheet treatment of crypto assets is quite punitive. It specifies that there's a 1,250% capital weighting or capital charge to be applied to any crypto assets that might be on a regulated bank's balance sheet. Now, there's still, I think, a lot of discussion around what is an appropriate prudential regime for digital assets of all kinds. They're not just talking about crypto, but they are all talking about digital securities, as I talked about earlier, digital cash in its different flavors. There'll be the non-financial use cases and the crypto use cases. So all of these things in multiple jurisdictions across the world at the same time from different regulators using different definitions and different taxonomies have to kind of coalesce around something that we can possibly work with. Now, that has happened in other asset classes across the financial industry for the last 100 years. That's one of the reasons why the financial industry, as much as people complain about it, it actually works. And it works because iteratively, nobody designed it the way it is. It kind of just iteratively fell into place. There's a saying in Mexico about, well, you can put all the pumpkins, you can try and get them all set up one by one so they're perfectly in place on the cart and then drive the cart, or you can just throw them all onto the cart and they'll fall into place as the cart moves. That's what happened with the financial industry. Everything kind of fell into place as it was moving along. And I think now we have a real opportunity, if we do it right, with we need suitably open-minded regulators. I think more importantly, we need really engaged legislators and politicians to recognize that there's an amazing opportunity for the next step in the digital economy to occur, to actually put in place the different pieces that make it all work. Santander, we operate, I don't know, maybe 20 countries around the world. There are 200 countries in the world. I can't tell you the amount of dashboards I have, which all of the different pending regulations and litigation and consultations that are going on in all these different countries. And then you can easily spend, the further you go down, you can pick a country and say, okay, Spain, what have we got specifics on all of the different criteria that are needed in order to register as a crypto asset service provider? Or is it virtual asset service provider? Or is it digital asset service provider? So there's a big mess in terms of taxonomy and definitions as well. This is my job. It keeps me busy. I have a good team. I used to run an engineering team. These days, half my team are lawyers and compliance. And the truth is, we have to get all of this right if any of this stuff is going to have the kind of impact that Paul talked about in the next 20 years. And thank you very much indeed.
Yes. Thank you very much. So we're going to take a few minutes of Q&A now. And because Caitlin has a plane to catch, what I'm going to ask you is if you have questions for Caitlin, we're going to do that for about 5 minutes, and then we're going to let her escape to the airport. And then we will continue on for another few minutes. So we will now take questions for Caitlin. And I see our first back there. And my colleague Olivia is going to come to you with the microphone. And please introduce yourself and where you're from.
Hi, this is Sandeep here from BNP Paribas. I think there was a mention in your speech about traditional banks in the US not being compliant with Basel III. As such, they were at the higher risk of bank run. I don't think that is true because Credit Suisse was Basel III compliant as well. So I don't think any bank today is prepared to handle bank run at all. I can't think of any bank which is prepared to handle bank run. So the fact that there can be bank run with any other bank, $40, $50 billion, I don't think anyone is prepared actually.
I would agree with you there. The U.S. has exempted the small banks. The U.S. is such a strange banking market. There are 4,236 banks in the United States, right? That's a huge number. Vast majority, of course, I think they're most of the assets are in the GSIBs, which of course are subject to Basel III. But a decision was made about 5 years ago to exempt the community and regional banks from Basel III. But your point is well taken. The large banks have 10 cents of cash, right? So if they have a 25% withdrawal, then they don't survive either. So the proverbial sword of Damocles is swinging over every bank right now in a world in which money can move, as we've just seen with online banking, within hours. And once you go to FedNow, oh my gosh, can you imagine if there were 24/7, 365 over that weekend when the Silicon Valley bank run was taking place, if FedNow had been operating? And it's fascinating to me that the regulators in the US have not required the banks to hold more cash in anticipation of FedNow. It makes me think that they're going to have to gate FedNow and cap the amount of withdrawal potential, because a bank run could happen over the weekend. I see you nodding your head. Yeah, these are issues for traditional banks. They're going to have to move in the direction of holding a lot more cash, a lot more liquidity, I think, as everything settles up settlement-wise, whether it's crypto or not.
Excellent. Next question for Caitlin. JT.
Hey,
Check 1, 2. Hey, JT here from the ETH Finance community on Reddit. I came all the way from Kansas to say thank you for all of your work. We also have a DAO LLC formed in the state of Wyoming. Like, we're tax-paying crypto lovers, Ethereum natives. My question is why does the U.S. government hate tax bases, and why are they job destroyers in this new enterprise that we have, right? We want to pay taxes. We want to do all these things. And what I don't want to see happen, particularly in the United States, is it become so partisan that it just becomes deadlock. So I'd love to hear your comments on that.
Well, it's so interesting. It's not partisan because you've actually got for and against within both political parties right now among the top 4 presidential candidates. And it's not split across the parties. And by the way, we've seen that Wyoming historically has been a red state, a Republican state. The person in charge of the initiative is a Democrat. So it really doesn't cut across party lines. But I can't explain what is happening. Washington, D.C. is a sieve. When it happened to us, it was very bewildering because we were denied on January 27th, and it was coordinated between the White House and the Fed. Total shock. And at the time, we didn't know what was happening, but it became subsequently clear that it isn't all of government crackdown. We were just at the beginning of the wave, and they leaked it to the press. So the press was telling us we were going to be voted down 2 days before the vote occurred. Okay, it was nasty. And why somebody who really, truly did everything to try to work within the existing legal and regulatory structure was treated that way is a question that history will answer. But it's not over yet. So back to your point, what we have been told is that, and I've seen it actually, there was a New York Magazine article by one of the reporters who's done some really good investigative reporting into all of this. And it's funny because when I gave the comment about how coordinated the effort was against us, it was literally precision timed. The White House and the Fed released 3 press releases at the same time, okay? And the White House is now walking that back, saying, oh, they're reading too much into it. Well, again, because we know what the press was telling us, we've known that this was a coordinated effort because the press told us, we have this in writing, that all of the bank charter applicants at the Fed and the OCC were asked to withdraw their applications. We were all supposedly independently applying for licenses, right? But we were all asked to withdraw, right? Yeah. And Custodia didn't, and you saw what happened.
And I'm glad that you didn't. It's important to have these things tested. In deference to your schedule, my colleagues will usher you out. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
He's got your badge.
Thank you.
We've got a few more minutes for gratuitous flattery or questions for John. Either one will be good. So just raise your hand if you've got a question. Any questions? Yes, we got one back here, and then we have one over here. So 1 and then 2.
Hi, John. You're going to come back in a year's time, and you're going to say things are going great for this industry. What 3 things need to happen? Actually, there was a question for Caitlin earlier, just to see how's America going to get back on track. But in general, what 3 things are going to happen in the next year to make your life easier?
I would say, I'm going to rephrase your question slightly because it'll never be easy for digital assets practitioners in a traditional bank, not anytime soon. It's a big fight and a struggle because it's so disruptive. Cutting edge of finance, cutting edge of tech, cutting edge of legal and regulatory, everything. But what needs to happen in crypto in order to make our lives easier? Number 1, I would love to see clear custody regulations everywhere. That would make life a lot easier. Number 2, I think it would be great if the regulators, from a compliance perspective, actually recognize that so much of the compliance around digital assets can be automated beyond belief in a way that we cannot do today, simply because these are public blockchains and there are ways to really minimize the risk associated with an FCC financial crime compliance break, let's say. Perhaps way beyond an order of magnitude better than what can be done in traditional finance. And I think then number 3 would be rather than what has happened in certain jurisdictions, not all, but certain jurisdictions where the banking industry is discouraged from providing banking services to crypto businesses, would be to treat the crypto businesses as normal parts of an economy. Yes, they have certain risks and characteristics that make them difficult to deal with, but be open-minded about that. And I think those three things alone would really, and by the way, in the United Kingdom, where there's a lot of opportunity at the moment with the digital assets consultation from HMT to get these three things right, I would pick those three things and I'd say, you do these three things and the UK will become a digital assets economy. You get those three things wrong, any one of the three, and all of a sudden you're into roadblocks. Big steps forward from the European Union. The United States is still a little bit of a mess. And I lived and worked there for 23 years. It's an economy I know really, really well. So those would be the three things that I would do that would really open up the digital assets economy.
Fantastic. And James, we got a question from over here.
Hey, James Gannon. So I think that finance is kind of blazing a trail that healthcare will follow a few years behind. We're not as advanced yet. But I think as we start to stand up real-world use cases, one thing that we're looking at now is how to constructively engage with regulators and supervisory authorities. So I'm going to ask you for another top three. You know, what are the learnings, the watch-outs, the things that another industry coming into that kind of space and having those discussions should really think about before we go down that road?
Last week I was at a top tier, I can't say which one, but a top tier global regulator. Yesterday I was at a local regulator in person, right? And these conversations now I've been having have been ongoing for, let's say, 5 years. So in this journey, number one, you need an extraordinary amount of patience. You come in I'm an engineer first, banker second, right? So you want to talk smart contracts and, you know, how the atomic swaps happen at the machine level. We can do that. See, what happens is you come in as a technical expert, but what you think is a profound level of understanding of the machine, which is great. And you need patience to recognize that the people sitting across the table from you, from a regulator point of view, very often they're lawyers and economists, different skill sets, different set of concerns, but not the machine level people. So there's a kind of a patience part of the process, which is really educational. And then you get to a point where the regulators become properly engaged and they realize that this is a meaningful technology that they're going to have to react to. Now, in the financial industry, we saw a whole bunch of consultations pop up from ECB on the digital euro, HMT on the digital assets consultation. They're all over. I spent a bunch of time on these. So you've got this kind of 2-year period of heads down, really focus on giving what you think are the best answers to these consultations. Healthcare will do the same, different things. Maybe it's not 2 years because maybe healthcare can move faster than finance. Maybe it's 6 months, right? Maybe other industries compress. And then once the regulators have issued the consultations, in many situations it gets passed over to the legislators to create the laws with the best input from. So you have this legislative, political engagement. Now, I'm an engineer, most certainly not a good politician. I tend to tell people what I think, which in the political environment is a mistake, as we know. So you go through this, what I would call patience, consultations, legislative. And I'm lucky enough, I've actually gone full cycle now in a couple of jurisdictions through all of this. MICA is an example of that, the market in crypto assets. We were involved in every single piece of this. In you know, not just Santander, of course, but all the banks in the financial industry. The pilot regime for crypto assets, you know, obviously we're providing input. Probably many people in this room are into the HMT consultation, other consultations in the United States and other places as well. So that's what I think the roadmap looks like. And just get used to being frustrated. What can I say?
I will just chime in on one thing, which is that you know, one of our objectives at EY is to give regulators and others a sense of lower risk because of the work we do in financial statement audits. We spend a lot of time with our clients, and we have tried very hard to think about how you apply good audit principles to cryptocurrencies and digital assets, right? our goal is to be able to say, you can take the good rules that exist in other places and apply them in this new business. In the same way that the Swiss went and said, there's rules, these things look like things we've already seen, we can apply the same rules, all right? And that is immensely important. I think it's not just a business for us. I think demystifying and making regular part of business as a part of financial statement audits is a really important part of what we do, because many people look at a firm like EY. I can't imagine why, but they think we are very careful, and they might be right. And I think when we communicate that, it can be helpful in demystifying things. We've got time for one more question, and we came in from online. Could John talk about the reasons for anticipated growth in tokenized bank deposits compared to other forms of digital money?
Because to a large extent, most of the money in the world is held electronically in bank accounts already, right? The vast majority of transactions in an economy, whether it's among individual people, among businesses, is commercial bank money. It's actually not a huge technical stretch. You've already got a checking account, a current account, a savings account, maybe a securities account. It's not a stretch to add another account called your digital account. And maybe it happens seamlessly, and the money from your paycheck lands in your current account, and then your digital account automatically tops up to £100. And then you can spend it on digital objects or use it in other ways that need to be programmatic, like smart contract driven. That's why I think that once the banks realize that the stablecoin phenomenon has found product market fit, stablecoins are not particularly efficient from a capital point of view, because you've got to take cash off the balance sheet, put it in a custody account, issue the tokens against it. But tokenized bank deposits don't change the capital treatment of the deposit in any way, shape, or form. It just makes life easy. Now, the challenge with tokenized bank deposits is this interoperability question of, an issuer like Santander on one corner of the street, and you've got Barclays on the other corner of the street, and Lloyd's on the other corner of the street. You've got to figure out a way to settle those kind of obligations between individuals and companies that have accounts in different places. But I think that's a solvable problem. Why? Because it's already been solved. Money is interoperable today. I think that once the banks realize that tokenized bank deposits are the way to go, maybe we'll see it in one or two economies to start off with. Then the growth should probably, it'll follow one of those charts that you showed earlier, and we'll be here in 30 years talking about how visionary we were in 2023.
Well, if only there was some kind of digital network for moving around tokenized things that we could use to...
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, for those of you who are watching online, we will be back in 25 minutes, and we have two about 10-minute videos that have been prepared by the ETH Finance Forum on Reddit. Reddit, if you don't know, is where all really important financial policy is now discussed and planned these days. And for those of you here in person, we will be back in 25 minutes. We're having a bit of a break now. We have two amazing sessions after the break. The first is around privacy-enabled business operations. We have some incredible speakers lined up for that. And then secondly, closing out today, we have something that's actually kind of near and dear to my heart, which is blockchain for public good. And we will be talking about how blockchains can be used for public good. So please go and refresh yourselves either at home or in person, and come back in 25 minutes.
Hello all, JT here again. We hope you've enjoyed the summit so far today. Now to continue, let's dive back into our Reddit community on ETH Finance for a few more nuggets of blockchain wisdom. The first bit we'll discover is regarding proto-dank sharding with a great apples and oranges analogy given by Redditor Domotheus. Imagine you go to the apples and oranges store because you need some oranges. But the store owner is quirky and has a rule that goes something like this. This store will only sell 1,000 total items per day, whether that's 1 apple and 999 oranges, or 900 apples and 100 oranges, or a perfect split. I don't care. Once I sell my 1,000th item, I'm done for the day. Also, this store's apples are very good. People drive from all over the place to buy them. So naturally, since supply is low and demand is high, the cost of apples goes up, and the store owner makes a killing selling them. Oranges, on the other hand, aren't as popular. On average, the store owner sells about 980 apples and only 20 oranges every day. You personally really don't care that much about the apples. You want to buy oranges, but due to the store's weird rule, you still have to outbid people looking to buy apples. Oranges should be cheap because they're plentiful and in low demand, but every orange you buy is an apple someone else can't buy. After the store sold 999 items that day, why would he sell you an orange for $1 when someone's willing to buy an apple for $10? You'll have to offer at least $10 to get the orange you want. This is really dumb. You think to yourself, you talk to the store owner and make him come to his senses, and he agrees to change his stupid rule. Now, he'll sell at most 1,000 apples per day and at most 100 oranges per day. So now that the two supply-demand markets are separated, an apple can cost $10 and the orange can cost $1, and everybody's happy. You get cheap oranges, and the store owner gets more money because 1,000 times $10 plus 200.
We interrupt this accounting lesson just to let you know I never went to school for accounting. I misread the narration. It should say 100 oranges, not 200. Carry on.
Times $1 gets him more money than the previous system when $10 was the cost of an item and he sold 1,000. Back in Ethereum land, the apple represents execution, the gas that affects state, compute stuff in the EVM, etc. And oranges represent data, the gas that stores stuff in the chain's history. Rollups do their execution off-chain, so what they need most from layer 1 is data. Today, the cheapest solution is using call data at 16 gas per byte. But if everyone's fighting to do EVM stuff, the cost of that 16 gas per bytes goes up as well, because there's only so much gas in each block. This really shouldn't be the case, since data is a different resource from execution. So what EIP 4844 does is separate those two resources into two distinct markets. The gas market, as we know it today, stays the same, and there's a new data gas resource with its own pricing that happens separately. Rollups will be happy because now they get to commit their batches on-chain in these nifty new things called blobs. And when demand for blobs is low, blobs will be cheap. Even if there's a huge NFT drop going on that brings gas to 500 Gwei. On a technical level, it does other cool things in preparation for full dank sharding later on, which will allow a significant increase in the size of blobs, so that it becomes even cheaper for rollups to commit data to blobs. But even without dank sharding, just splitting the markets will help drastically lower fees on rollups, which will be nice. Thank you, Domo Theus, for your wonderful contribution to this year's EY Blockchain Summit. Now, let's pivot to Astafari 12's view on regulations, a real hot topic indeed. Responding to many people here the last few days that claim we are just greedy and only care about pumping our bags, we aren't against regulation. We are against bad regulation. If the SEC got its way, I predict that ETH would be a security that retail can't touch directly, only indirectly from various bank products. Private stablecoins might be banned. Private wallets, or what they call them, unhosted wallets, wild wallets, or dark wallets will be banned. DeFi itself is likely banned unless accessed from a bank that charges a fee for our protection. No other country is stuck on the question whether ETH is a security or a commodity. Crypto regulation in the UK and EU is not perfect, but we realize that crypto is here to stay and put out regulation, guidelines, not just 55 litigations. I was positively surprised by how many DeFi actions my Nordic tax authority has provided guidelines on just this year. Things like ETH staking, capital gains, not ordinary income, lending, liquidity providing, etc. Meanwhile, the US IRS hasn't even spoken about ETH staking. Most people will class it as ordinary income because that is safer than to classify as the lower taxed capital gains.
Thanks, Astafari12, for your reflections on this most uncertain topic in crypto today within the United States. It has surely been a wild ride in the ivory towers of government. Now let's pivot to the advent of AI as user Gen366 digs up something from YouTube's Jordan McKinney covering AI and Ethereum. You should follow Jordan McKinney on Twitter at JordanMMCK or visit his website jordanmmck.com. Jordan McKinney is a gem of a channel. He talks about autonomous AI and how Ethereum might play an important role in the future AI economy. There's a portion of this video he speaks about the AI economy in Ethereum. Now, I will discuss the integration of these AI models into the legacy financial system and Ethereum. These models can function as a central brain and connect to other neural networks, AI systems, and handcrafted intelligence systems like Wolfram Alpha. As the AI assistant interacts with apps and handles tasks for you, there will be a need for it to manage money. In the first iteration, AI will interact with apps to book flights, for example, and users will confirm and approve transactions. As the AI becomes more effective and trusted, users will want it to handle more tasks autonomously, including financial transactions. There will be pressure to integrate AI into financial systems, but this may create friction in the traditional financial system. These autonomous AI entities might face difficulties meeting regulatory expectations because the legacy system is governed by regulations designed for humans. Additionally, the traditional financial system is not well suited for global transactions between AI agents due to regional differences. Crypto systems like Ethereum, on the other hand, are well suited for autonomous systems. Ethereum was designed with the idea that autonomous agents might conduct much of the financial activity in the future. It is permissionless, global, transparent, and digital native, making it an ideal platform for AI agents to manage accounts and interact with smart contracts. Though most economic activity still occurs in the traditional financial system, friction in that system may push AI agents toward crypto systems like Ethereum.
But thankfully, we have this entire crypto system that has been under construction for several years now. And this paradigm is actually incredibly well suited for autonomous systems. And I think this was even mentioned in the Ethereum white paper, that eventually we were imagining that sometime in the future, you might have an economy where a lot of the financial activity, maybe most of it, is actually conducted by autonomous agents, by computer programs, by AIs. And it seems that we're arriving to that place a lot faster than anyone expected. But those systems like Ethereum, are perfect for that kind of thing. They were built with that in mind.
Thank you so much for that awesome contribution. On a lighter note, user Troy Bolton is Life, that's his real username, has some kind words for Paul and his team's contributions to ETH Finance and the broader Ethereum community. Paul Brody has single-handedly given me faith in Ethereum as a serious technology again. I've been out of the game for about a year, but I just listened to his episode on Bankless and I'm stupid bullish again. Forget about your monkey pictures in yield farming. Enterprise supply chain management will be huge. Tokenize everything. And user Old School 147 follows up with a banger. Paul Brody is a bad dad shirt wearing pioneer, and we are lucky to have his brilliant mind in the ecosystem. Cheers, Paulie, you demand. And with that, thanks again to the EY team and Paul Brody for allowing our members to once again have a voice in this year's summit. On behalf of the ETH Finance and EV Mavericks DAO community, my name is JT. Cheers and big hugs from Kansas City.
Good afternoon, welcome back. It's always a huge relief for me when most of the people come back from the restroom. Right? I always worry that they might find something better to do in the break, but they usually come back. So we're here for the first of 2 additional sessions. It's really exciting. We've got the first session here, which I'm going to get to in 1 second, is around privacy, and the next one is about public service. Before I introduce today's speakers, I just want to do a quick recap. For those of you who are watching online and who want to receive continuing professional education, what we call CPE, you do need to actually click on those little Q&As that show up about every 15 minutes. That's only if you're watching live. If you're watching the replays, in the future you won't actually see those. If you've got questions, you can actually submit questions for the Q&A component through the online system as well. We'll also be taking some questions here in person. So on to the main event. Now, I actually, for those of you who know me, you know that normally I have like 35 different shirts for these events, and I ran out of time during the break to go and change my shirt, but I have 2 more shirts for today, so we will get through them. I'm doing my best to support the post-Brexit economy through Ted Baker and Liberties of London and other shops, so I'm working on it. Our first discussion in the afternoon after the break is around privacy-enabled business operations. So we have I've spent way too much time talking about the importance of privacy and confidentiality, but I really believe it is absolutely foundational to sort of industrializing this business ecosystem. We've got 3 amazing speakers here who are going to talk to us about privacy, case examples, technologies, enablers that will get things going. So our first speaker is going to be James Gannon. James is he's a technologist, he's a policy expert, and he is the Vice President of Quality, Trust, and Safety at the Pharma Ledger Association, and he is also the board chair of the PTI and IANA organizations. James is going to talk to us about sort of how this stuff gets industrialized and applied in his industry. After James, and I'm going to do all the introductions at once now so then I can hand it over to the actual professionals, we've got Robert Hahn. Robert is the expert. He is an expert in public key management systems, public key infrastructure, identity management, and trust services. He's got over 2 decades of experience in this industry. And Robert is from Entrust, which is one of the world's leading digital certificate providers. You may remember in the last session I talked about how enterprises that want to use EY's, this technology that we developed called Nightfall, this on-chain network, layer 2 network for privacy, in order to do so, you will need an X.509 certificate. Entrust is one of a number of firms that issues those certificates, and they are full of experts who deeply understand identity and security, which is going to be absolutely foundational to having a trustworthy system that supports confidentiality and privacy. And then finally, we've got my very, very esteemed colleague, James Canterbury. Jamie is really our supply chain and business operations leader for blockchain in the Americas. He is probably one of the few people at the partner level in EY who is able to code, who can get deeply into the software. He is an expert on the implementation of blockchain technology, tokenization in business operations and supply chain. He's probably forgotten more about industrializing supply chains than almost anybody else actually knows. So we have 3 amazing speakers that will go back to back, and then when we are done, we will have a little bit of time for Q&A. So we will start with, well, I was about to say James, but we have 2 James. We have an excessive number of James, because we even have 1 in the next session. But I will start with James Gannon. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Paul. So hopefully I can also help with the Ted Baker, because I'm also wearing a Ted Baker shirt. So we can take it up to 4 at least. So before the break, you heard from an Irishman talking about operationalizing blockchains in highly regulated industries. You're about to hear from another Irishman talking about blockchains within highly regulated industries. So everybody here has probably heard about, the potentials for blockchain within supply chain. So particularly my perspective that I want to bring to everybody is to help you understand some of the complexities in healthcare supply chains, the ways that we're tackling them from a Pharma Ledger perspective, and just maybe some industry trends, maybe from a pharma, biotech, healthcare, overall organizational point of view. So key aspects of that is we need to understand the complexity of those pharmaceutical supply chains. And it's actually a complexity that has increased exponentially in recent years. Traditionally, if we go back about 10 years, your normal pharmaceutical supply chain is taking a pill, so something that is already pressed, it's been packaged, then goes to a distributor, then goes to a local third-party logistics provider, and then gets to a pharmacy. These days, we're dealing with increasingly complex supply chains in pharma. Many people may have heard about cell and gene therapies. This is where we actually take cells from a patient, we genetically modify them, we put them back into the patient. You can imagine the amount of complexity that comes along with that type of supply chain. This is not batches of, 1 million pills. This is a one-to-one relationship to a specific patient. So again, managing those complexities is really growing within the industry. Even without blockchain, to implement that type of supply chain complexity, we're building trusted networks. However, building them in a very legacy manner. And this is where we feel that there's great opportunities within the industry. Then last, I'm going to come back to a bit of some principles. Pharma Ledger, my organization, we're a not-for-profit. We work on open source technology. We're a non-commercial player in the ecosystem. And we've built our organization around a number of principles that I think apply to not just our use cases, but also beyond that in other industries, other areas. This is one of the reasons I was asking John, his engagement with regulators and what financial services have seen, because they're maybe a few years later. So, I think everybody has probably seen this type of chart before, even if maybe not this specific one. When you look at interdependency in healthcare supply chains, you have three key areas. You have drug manufacturers, so we're the ones that actually they're making the drugs. They then go to some form of wholesaler. That can be very different depending on the market. Then it goes to some sort of local pharmacy distribution. That can be a hospital, it can be a local pharmacy, it can be a community health nurse. I really hate this graphic. So I put it in here for a reason. It doesn't actually, it's supposed to show complexity, it doesn't actually show how complex these things really are. So I apologize to anybody who's looking at this on a laptop, but this is actually how complex it is. And this is already a simplified model because I couldn't actually get every single variable onto a single PowerPoint slide. When you start going through all of the interactions between each of these boxes represents a single stakeholder. Those stakeholders have either a single-way interaction, a bidirectional interaction. They have interactions that are conditional. They have interactions that are required by regulatory compliance. The massive complexity in just getting a single pill from a drug manufacturer on the top left to a patient at the bottom can be incredibly complex. This has led to a load of problems, understandably, to be honest. There's a huge amount of inefficiencies and waste in how we actually approach these challenges. Starting at the top right, these systems are not patient-centric. Anybody, particularly in the US, who has interacted heavily with the healthcare system knows that there's a huge amount of overhead, there's a huge amount of additional costs. There is an incredible amount of middlemen and intermediaries involved in the process. This is not something that is actually designed around a patient getting high-quality healthcare treatment, getting access to the drugs and medicines that they want. You can also look at the flip side. Let's go to an emerging country. If we look at somewhere in Africa where their logistics supply on the ground is also incredibly complex. You get out of these kind of large corporate 3PL providers and you're into more community health organizations, you're into local nurses who actually have a direct interaction with their patient. Again, getting those drugs to those local community health nurses in the right way, under the right conditions, still managed in a compliant way from a regulatory point of view. It's an incredible complex idea that we're still struggling with in our legacy traditional ways of doing this. Moving down, we also end up with data silos. Data is valuable, but it's not as valuable as being able to interoperate between a supply chain network. When you build up these data silos where the manufacturer knows it's part of the pie, the distributor knows it's part of the pie, the local logistics provider knows their part, that actually loses a lot of its actual data value because you're not able to actually see where that data sits in the life cycle. Third thing, and this is more from a regulatory point of view with a real patient impact, is fake medicines. When you have these disconnected, non-linear supply chains, you have a lot of opportunities for bad actors to come along. We have massive problems with anti-counterfeiting. We have massive problems with fake medicines. We have massive problems with vaccines that we saw during COVID. Again, this is a challenge that is amplified and enabled by disconnected supply chain networks. Risk of cyber attacks. Again, as we move to that almost paper on glass way of working, with a lot of these products, particularly if they're cold chain products, for example, where we need to monitor the temperature of that drug from the point it leaves the manufacturer to the point it gets to a patient, if that data is susceptible to an attack, that drug is susceptible to an attack. If we're not able to prove that it was managed correctly due to a cyber attack, then that drug goes in the bin. And that's the reality. The interconnected nature between a physical product and a digital set of data, tracking, metadata, they're entirely interlinked in complex supply chains. So again, you can see why approaching this from a tokenization and blockchain point of view is very, very interesting. Intermediaries take value. I already spoke about this. The more intermediaries you bring into a supply chain between a provider and a consumer, the more value that's going to either have to be taken out of the system or the more cost that's going to be added on to the end user. And lack of data provenance. When you have so many actors in a supply chain, I personally know from my previous experience that there are some drugs in the US that have over 100 actors in their supply chain from manufacturer to patient. The provenance of that data, when it actually gets to that pharmacist or that dispensing nurse, it loses its value. It's almost impossible in a manual or in a manually transacted system to actually have trust in the data along all of those various actors. There's too many variables, there's too many data interchanges, there's too many manual steps usually. We have some legacy tooling that we actually use to try and manage these things. You may have heard of things like serialization. So many markets around the world are moving to serialized products where each product pack, or in some cases each individual container, will actually get a unique serial number. This is a foundation for us to be able to start looking at supply chain traceability. We're still a few years away from that being ubiquitous in any way, even in the legacy systems, but we have some foundations that we're able to look at. We also have organizations such as GS1 that do a lot around things called GTINs, so global trade identification numbers. So this is it's partly linked into enterprise identification, identity management, but in a legacy way. So again, there's a lot of foundations that the pharmaceutical and healthcare industry can actually build on top of to enable blockchain-style transactions. When we look at moving these legacy networks to a blockchain system, you end up with incredibly complex partner networks. One of the things that we've done at Pharma Ledger, and it's something that comes out of other concepts. The WEF has talked about this. There's been some work, I believe, in financial services on the similar concept of minimal viable ecosystems. We have to remember that blockchain as a technology is just that. It's a technology. Technology without clean implementation and without implementation with the correct partners on board is meaningless, right? So I'm a technologist, that's my background, my trade, but if we just throw out a technology and say, oh, it's there, it doesn't matter unless you have the right people on board, the right consumers using it. If it's built with patients in mind, how do you know that patients have actually given the correct input into that? Do you have all of the stakeholders on board on a given supply chain? You need to build in that concept when you're looking at deployments and operationalizing these things of what's your minimum viable ecosystem to actually run this? If I'm let's take a theoretical pharmaceutical manufacturer and I want to implement end-to-end supply chain traceability. Okay, so I want to know from the minute that it leaves my warehouse to the minute it reaches a patient, what conditions, where it is, who has it, who has custody of that drug at that point. If I don't have my 3PL provider on board, my third-party logistics provider, if I don't have them on board in that, that's not a viable ecosystem around your concept, your technology. You need to have governance around that, particularly in the healthcare ecosystem. We're heavily regulated. That a lot of that regulation is quite legacy. We're coming from a very traditional way of looking at things. If I give one clean example, our regulatory processes around validating our software, so testing it and making sure that it's fit for purpose and that it's been built and designed for the correct use case, that's from 1997. Technology has changed a hell of a lot since 1997. So we're still trying to meld these kind of new and emerging technologies onto a legacy regulatory landscape. For that, we need very strong governance processes. Some key elements that you can think about and that type of thing is there a process for identifying, adding, or removing nodes from the network? So when you're in this regulated ecosystem, if you have nodes on the network, they're participating in that regulated process. So therefore, the network governance that we can kind of take from the financial services side and from crypto use cases, we can take that over and actually use that as a multiplier and as an advantage for us to be able to show that if you have the right partners involved in your ecosystem, then you're actually complying with the concept of managing and controlling your network in the right way from a regulatory point of view. Who are the key network stakeholders? Who's accountable for the generation or reporting of what's called GXP data? So GXP data is data that is specifically subject to regulation. So who has read-write access versus who only has read access? Who is actually placing transactions onto the chain versus just reading them? You really need to have a very refined and modular approach to how you actually run the network itself. Again, this is looking at it not just as a purely technological implementation, but you need to have that very strong governance and very well documented governance around it as well. So principles. Actually, I'm going to ask in the room, who was at the blockchain event for EY last year? Okay. Yeah, we have a few. So last year I spoke at this event, and this was before we actually founded the Pharma Ledger Association. And I said, I would come back in 1 year and I would hopefully have a good story. I spoke about these principles last year. So build an ecosystem. We've built an ecosystem. The Pharma Ledger Association was formally started in January of this year. We have most of the major pharmaceutical companies on board as members. We have patient organizations. We have consulting firms. We have individual patients. We have an ecosystem building around our product set. Build for trust. This is a huge component for me. We're all comfortable in the world of, minimum viable products and, building out minimum concepts. We've also built out an MVG structure, minimum viable governance, to ensure that when patients come to use our applications and use our products, they're able to trust what we're able to do. This has been done through what I have been told is radical transparency. We're an incredibly open organization. Every product we built is open source. You can actually come and look at all of our meetings. Our mailing lists are public. You're able to just come along and see what we're building. In the crypto world, there's the concept of building in public, and we're doing that really at a different scale than I think it's been done before. Build for scale. Again, we launched an MVP of our first product, which I'll come to in a minute. But you have to build that to be successful. If your MVP can only scale to 100 users, and those users are patients, and if your patients give you feedback, yes, this is brilliant, I told my friend about it, but he's not on the pilot yet. You really need to be ready to move fast if you're successful, particularly when you're dealing with patients and their health. You don't want to be in a position where somebody feels that you're almost removing their ability to have a better control over their health by not building in that scale at the early point and being able to scale quickly. Build for S-curves, if anybody remembers my S-curves from last year. So S-curves I'll come back to in 1 second, but it's essentially build for the unknown, which is a very hard thing to do, but build for the potential opportunities that might come out of what you're doing now. Don't be stuck in the today, and cash flow and balance and everything is very important to be able to sustain your day-to-day, but don't ignore the potential opportunities that might come in the future that you don't know about yet. For us, we took a very bold decision, I would think, particularly within the pharmaceutical industry. I'm ex-Big Pharma. I now work for this not-for-profit, but I think I can say, build for value and not for profit. We've taken this to an extreme. Our organization is actually registered not-for-profit. We're building for the value that we feel that this can bring to both the ecosystem and very specifically to patients. That's a big thing in a conceptual framework about how we're approaching the healthcare and pharmaceutical industry. 6 weeks ago, we launched our first product. And for those who were here last year, I said I was very hopeful that we might have something out next year. We just made it by those 6 weeks. But we launched electronic medical product leaflets. So anybody who's been on drugs knows that in your box, you get that gigantic piece of paper that nobody ever reads. It's actually very valuable. It has things about side effects. It has things about how to take the drug properly. It's really important information, but it's not communicated in a very clever way at all. We have a product now, which is being currently deployed by our member companies, where essentially you will be able to scan that legacy 2D data matrix that I showed you earlier. So with that serial number and that GTIN, we use the blockchain as a resolver to be able to essentially point you to a specific manufacturer, and then pulled live from their back-end systems, they will provide you a digital version of that leaflet. It's a super simple use case. This is not technologically fantastic in any way, but it's real, it works, and we're deploying it with real pharmaceutical companies. This is what we mean when we say build for value and not for profit. There's no financial motivation in this one. This is one where it's really about that patient interaction, that patient experience. We know that nobody reads those leaflets, but we know that patients actually want to be able to get the key data out of that leaflet that they want to be able to use. So this is our first use case, and we launched it 6 weeks ago. The future, the big picture use case, let's say. Soon we'll launch a use case on finished goods traceability. So this is tracking a drug product from the minute it leaves a pharmaceutical manufacturer right through to the end of its life cycle with a patient. This is the big picture use case. This is the one that's a little bit more difficult and has a lot of technical complexity. But again, building on the success that we've had with EPI, with our electronic product information leaflets, we feel that we're at the point where we'll be able to get the correct sponsorship and the correct buy-in from stakeholders to be able to launch this use case. Probably going to be at least a year of development before we're launching this as any type of product. But the fact that we have the right stakeholders on board and we're at the point where we're able to say this is a good idea for us to do, and we feel that is viable, we think is a great thing for the healthcare ecosystem within the blockchain space. Back to my S-curves. So Benedict Evans, who is a UK former venture capitalist, he's now an independent analyst, I think he calls himself, came up with this concept of S-curves. So here's one for mobile tech. So at the start of an S-curve, you have what you think are going to be your killer use cases, right? So the start of the mobile revolution, we're talking about cell phones here for the American audience. Email, stocks, weather, this was really cool. Like I remember on my Nokia 3310 being able to check the weather. That was just awesome at the time. When we were in that phase of the mobile S-curve, we never thought about Uber, Instagram, Instacart, Google Pay, Apple Pay. You don't know what's going to come in the future. And you need to make sure that when you're building an S-curve, we're starting off our own S-curve. So this is our Pharma Ledger ecosystem. We're starting off with patient information leaflets, goods traceability. On our long-term roadmap, we're also looking at adverse events, clinical trials. But we need to make sure that as an ecosystem, and I would hope that that ecosystem involves almost anybody who's either here in the room or is on a call in the future. We're all patients, most of us. We build that concept for the future, and we know how we're going to evolve. And we don't kind of close the door to future opportunities by how we build things now. That requires us to be innovative. It requires us to take risks, which the pharmaceutical industry is very bad at, by the way. And to my point where I was asking John earlier is, it also requires us to be very good at engaging with regulators, supervisory bodies, oversight bodies. We need this to be a positive conversation. We don't want to get bundled with the legacy of certain challenges that the crypto ecosystem had at the start. We want to have a clean slate when we engage with these bodies and show the real value of the ecosystem and be able to move forward. So that's the end of my one. So I'm going to hand over to Robert now, and we'll come back for Q&A at the end.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you, James. I did love the minimum viable governance. I live and breathe governance from the sector I work in. Bit about me to start with. best business card in my career was Robert Hand Chocolate Engineer. And I was only 22 and single, so... but I got into the world of cryptography soon after I realised I wasn't a very good chocolate engineer. So I started to work in organisations in cash that became digital cash. I worked in PKI companies, and about 6 years ago we sold our company to Entrust, which is where I now work, and I'm still here 6 years on, so that's a good sign. So I'm going to cover a few areas. I tried to think of how I'd introduce this. Entrust is a 53-year-old company, and we describe ourselves as a 53-year-old company with a startup mentality. The 53-year-old company is the bottom half of my outfit, and the startup is the top half. I'm going to talk very much about from the perspective of the bottom half, because in blockchain, we're not actually talking about anything new. We're talking about reapplication of solid cryptography. So I thought I was going to have to explain this diagram, and I'm pleased I don't have to, because I see within the room there are many, many experts in permission, non-permissionless, public, private, etc. And there's also many people in here that are looking at the fantastic opportunities, and I don't need to repeat all those. What I can talk about is good, solid security and cryptography. And particularly my headline today, the top of the Sun, front page news, is that post-quantum cryptography is going to change everything. And I'll explain that in a moment. So we've got some exciting things going on. We've got, in the banking, finance sector, capital markets, banking, payments, etc., all looking at the exciting opportunities of blockchain, multi-party computation. We talked earlier, and I saw Paul's presentation about the efficiency gains, and we've heard that in pharmaceutical, all of that. But what we can't get away from is good quality security still needs to be there to make it scale. So strong root of trust is a very old term. It applies in blockchain. There's a strong root of trust. It needs to be a trustworthy strong root of trust to be able to fulfill the confidentiality, the integrity, and the privacy aspects of blockchain. And we at Entrust have been building strong roots of trust for 25 or so years, almost since the internet was invented, based on public key infrastructure. For those that don't know, public key infrastructure wasn't invented by technologists, it was invented by mathematicians in 1967, funnily enough, ironically, the same time as Entrust was founded. And it was kept in GCHQ until they realized this could be useful to the world. And so it was published in 1991. 1995, Entrust were the first COTS provider of PKI. PKI actually isn't that complex. PKI is a credentialing system based on good cryptographic principles. And we talk about public keys, we talk about private keys. That's PKI. Well, it's sort of PKI. You need to do a bit of governance and things. So you need to protect the keys and you need to protect the operations in blockchain to make it scalable, to make it trustworthy, to give you that confidentiality, that privacy principle. And the best practice is to use something called a hardware security module, which is a technology we provide. It provides you scalability. Now in a blockchain, your wallet is a public key and your private key is how you protect your wallet. You need to protect both. The public key for the integrity of the chain, the private key to avoid, we were talking earlier with somebody, where are they there? We were talking about the Welsh guy who lost his hard drive in the landfill. I bet he wished he had an HSM, if he knew what one was, to keep his private key secure. Private keys stored in HSMs also give us the ability to provide escrow services, to provide cloud providers of qualified custodians, etc. It kind of gives us a fallback. if things go wrong, and we're all human beings. We've all forgotten that password, maybe written on our fridge. Scalability of the operations is important. You need to protect the integrity of the ledger, and you can do that by signing and validating the proof of work. And again, you can use an HSM for that. So while a few years ago, HSMs weren't used, it was all very exciting, it was all very brave new world, most organizations have now started coming around to the fact that you need that good classic security built into blockchain to give you that scalability. And so the question around multi-party computation is not really is it with or without an HSM, it's really is it with escrow or without escrow. Some of the banks we're working with on multi-party computation are vying towards the escrow model. That gives better scalability, better control, better fallback and governance and audit, sort of the classical banking principles. So HSMs in multi-party computation give you that data protection of shards, key protection of, I won't read them out, and you can run the consensus logic. All good stuff. So you need to protect the keys, protect the consensus logic, and protect the signing keys, and that gives you truly scalable blockchain. It also gives you that fallback, gives you that auditability, etc. But you don't have to break privacy. You can do all that with HSMs in place. You're not exposing. So decentralized identity. Has anyone heard of this? Hopefully they have. Good, thank goodness. So the internet was built without an identity layer. There's been lots of cybercrime. Has anyone noticed? Lots of fraud. Very much fraud and cybercrime plays on the fact that identity can be compromised. It's often the foundation. 80% of breaches are through compromised credentials, meaning identity credentials, whether they're machine-based or people-based, usually people-based. There's been economic friction in terms of how identity has been managed. Who owns it? Who owns your identity? Does your phone provider own it? Does your bank own it? Does the government provide it, or do you own it? And that creates frictions in the whole system. And there's threats to online privacy, just like fraud, etc. So we've had sort of an oh, I didn't realize this built. It's because I wrote these slides last year when you asked me to submit them. So we had classically centralized identity. You and the organization, you had to prove who you were. And there were big, what we call honeypots of identity information held by the bank or the government, etc. Great targets for fraud and attack. Then we had decentralized identity using blockchain. And that is now also known as self-sovereign. In between, we had something called federated identity. The company I sold to Entrust, we were quite big in this area. We were on many of the European Union pilots for federated identity, and it's got all the principles of blockchain, decentralized identity, and that all you need to do is, for example, if you want an online gaming account, you don't need to know it's Robert Han. You just need to know I'm 18. So you're able to provide proof of an attribute or ask somebody else to prove that attribute, and that works incredibly well at scale. And it preserves the privacy and all those principles. Self-sovereign or decentralized ID is the same, but using a much better technology, a more scalable technology. So when you add it all up, there are loads of things on here that are in the old world rather than the new world. Onboarding, issuance, verification, revocation, backup, restore, all these things are classic elements to an identity scheme. But now they've been applied in a blockchain model, which allows you to preserve privacy, to provide consent for who's allowed to see those attributes, etc. These European pilots are looking at, funnily enough, the same things we were doing 10 years ago with federated identity. Same pilots, must be the same people. But But we're looking at things like if you're doing your degree in 2 different universities and you're crossing borders and you need to demonstrate that you've passed that module before you get, all of that worked a few years ago in a much more clunky way. With blockchain, it's really slick. And that's what we're involved with proving. Oh, it did build again. So there's a few use cases up here that you can apply blockchain to that are really exciting. We're a big provider of identity verification. Identity verification typically for things like electronic passports, seamless travel, electronic visas, COVID passes, lots and lots of things. That, I'm sorry, the NHS COVID pass was my fault. It works well, doesn't it? It's a shame you have to prove your identity. A lot of people say that. So safe and seamless travel, you do have an identity layer in that, but actually you don't. You just need to have the right to travel to demonstrate you have the right to travel. Not everybody in the chain needs to know who you are. Obviously border control kind of do, the airline kind of do, but there are many parts of the workflow that they don't need to know. You just need to know that you're permissible to travel. And you can apply that in many document tracing, document signing, all these kind of things can be provided without providing identity, but the foundation is still identity. Self-sovereign identity is SSI. It's actually gaining traction all over the world. So we're working in some of these pilots. They're largely pilots. Are we sharing the slides? So we do, yeah. Some of them are really exciting. The IATA one is a really good one. Being able to demonstrate protection of identities across borders without sharing necessarily the identity information. There's certain attributes that have to be shared. We can guess what they are. In the UK, the NHS is piloting self-sovereign identity. Do you really need to know the patient's name and therefore all that sensitive healthcare data when you're providing a prescription? You need to know they're eligible, etc. So it's got some great applications all over the world. When you start to build it out, it starts to get pretty complex pretty quickly. And there are, sorry, it builds again. Blame my product manager. We've got elements all the way through from different stakeholders, government, bank, service provider, all need different components. They all need good governance. They all need a common operating model. They all need standardization. And that's really what we've been lacking for scale in blockchain, I think, is the standardization. We heard that earlier from John, talking about at least surely can everyone just come and agree like the Swiss have done, all agree to that model and we have scale. It's the same in all these other use cases. They're kind of waiting for everyone to come to an agreement. So my headline, post-quantum. Does anyone know anything about quantum computers? Oh, damn. So quantum computers have been around for a while. They're not very big at the moment. The IBM quantum computer is 433 qubits. That's a small quantum computer. We need a quantum computer with thousands or tens of thousands of qubits to provide general purpose computing, quantum computing. What we do know is quantum computers will break public key encryption. What's blockchain based on for the identity side? Public key encryption, elliptic curve. It's pretty scary, really. So we now need to look at the timeline. So NIST have been running what's known as the demolition derby of cryptography for the last 8 years. 78 mathematicians submitted their algorithms, different types of algorithms, public key hashing, etc. And we're now, last year, we got down to the final 4 candidates. Last July, they were published by NIST. It was called NIST Round 3. A week later, one of them was broken with a laptop using a very classic attack. That's no bad thing. This is actually really good because cryptography only gets mature and strong with peer review, with attack, etc. So we want them to find the vulnerabilities before we put them into mass production. So if cryptocurrency is based on elliptic curve, what do we need to do? And when do we need to do it? Well, no one can be really quite sure. So this timeline here at the bottom is a conservative view. Could it be middle of next decade? Some people are saying it's a generation away. Some people, really aggressive perspectives, are saying, well, it's 2026. If you ask the organizations building quantum computers, they tend to fall into that camp. So everyone else kind of falls somewhere in between, about the end of the decade. But if we think of large-scale ecosystems and landscapes, there's a lot to change. There's a lot to work out what to change. It's not like Y2K, the biggest damp squib of a IT event, if anyone's old enough to remember, because we thought there might be a problem, so we had to do huge amounts of testing to discover that there wasn't going to be a problem. What we know with quantum is there's going to be a problem. We know where the problem's going to be once we assess all of our cryptography, etc. We have to then work out how do we migrate. It's called crypto agility, moving from one algorithm to another. We've also got an immediate risk with post-quantum. If anyone's really patient from the hacking community, they could steal our public key encrypted data today. It's called harvest now, decrypt later, and decrypt it later. Is it happening today? Yes, it's happening today. So military have reported that state actors are already doing this with relatively small quantum computers. So we know that long-term healthcare data, long-term contract data, thinking about smart contracts that may last 10, 15, 20 years, that's going to pass this quantum change, quantum computing change. Therefore, they're all at risk. Our passports are all at risk. If we've got a 10-year passport and quantum computers come along in 5 years, the last 5 years of our passport is now vulnerable. Our passport could be cloned because you can decrypt the private key from my passport. My passport's in the other room in my bag if anyone... So quantum computing is a pretty serious business. It's a really exciting business. When I talk to banks, they complain that they spend 2.5 hours talking about the opportunities for quantum and leave 5 minutes for the security and defense for quantum. That's starting to change. We're seeing now governments investing in the defense against quantum computing. We're starting to see banks and other large organizations start to set up quantum readiness working groups and start to prepare and plan. So when you're asked, I'm not sure what happened there. The other slide is now back on this one. When you're asked how quickly can I prepare for post-quantum, the answer is depends where you're starting from. Most organizations, and if we're talking about, it doesn't matter if it's blockchain or if it's data encryption or it's public key encryption for enterprise use cases, all of that. Most people are starting from problems already in terms of management of cryptography. And I've got some of the things that I get reported by different CISOs from different verticals all over the world. Most of them are about people and governance. Managing crypto is quite challenging. You've got to know what crypto you have to start with, to know where your risks are. You need to have the right people with the right skills in the right place to, and with the right organization, the right governance. Two-person controls means employing 2 people, for those accountants in the room. So all those kind of procedures that we build in as crypto experts into our infrastructures, into blockchain. We've been talking about, nice shirt. We've been talking about governance a lot today. People then get involved. Normally, no disrespect to operations people. Operations people get involved and go, why are we storing these keys in 3 different safes? Wouldn't it be easier if John could just quickly, go to one safe and get all the keys out and do that crypto operation? Totally undermines your root of trust by doing that. But the operations people wouldn't understand the context or the impact of that workaround. So that's really hard to stay on top of that auditing, that compliance, and the biggest complaint typically of a CISO is out-of-date policies and procedures and people ignoring good practice. So There's a concept in to help us transition. It's called PQT hybrid bridge. Rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Post-quantum, traditional. So that's post-quantum cryptography living alongside traditional cryptography in the same platform. What we're showing here, and Ounsworth is one of my colleagues, he's a crypto engineer in Entrust. He's created a profile that we've published to IETF where you've got both traditional and post-quantum cryptography living in the same digital certificate. That could work really well in blockchain. So one day you could be signing your identity with, or proving your identity with RSA, classical cryptography. Then you click a big green button and you can switch over to Dilithium or Sphinx, two of the NIST candidates. And that enables organizations to transition in a much more controlled way. And BSI, the German assurance group, have highly recommended this hybrid bridge approach. In fact, they've gone openly and said it's the only way to transition. And obviously they're very close to many of the decentralized ID and blockchain things going on in Europe. So, skipping a bit ahead. So Entrust have recommended a roadmap. Now this roadmap is not Entrust, this is Gartner, this is all the experts around the world. Start with establishing a group, inventory all of your assets, inventory your data and map where your risks are, and then that gives you a priority list of what ecosystems to look at. Blockchain might be one of them. Modernize wherever you can, build in hybrid, build in crypto agility principles, start writing software with post-quantum in mind. Don't leave it another day, because we're not sure when it's going to happen. And then you'll pop out the other side after this wonderful journey of pain and torture, and you'll have a brilliant post-quantum security management system in place, and world peace will follow. So finally, Entrust, we strongly believe in providing solutions that cover both technology and people and process. I've talked a lot about governance. We provide organizations mechanisms to understand where they're weak in terms of governance, how to improve. And we believe that the combination of those, and you see blockchain and multi-party computation security there on the bottom right, you need the expertise in good cryptographic management to make this scale and work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Squeeze over here. All right. So now that I'm sufficiently scared and looking forward to my journey of pain with quantum, we're going to talk a little bit about putting your operations on chain and why some of this is going to be important. We've heard, I think, over the course, right from Paul's opening throughout the rest of the speakers, about tokenization of everything. We're going to spend a little bit of time on that, but I think we're also going to play on a lot of the themes from James and Robert about planning for the long term and why we need to be able to do some of this stuff now, planning for like 10 years down the line. I think there's an interesting angle around some access controls that'll come in there, and then we'll also look a little bit at enterprise impacts. So I think I gave my first blockchain talk at a pharma conference in 2017. And it was like, who here has heard of blockchain? Like maybe a few hands, maybe a couple Bitcoin folks out there. I asked about tokens. I asked about NFTs. We were just coming up with the names of them back then. That was like unheard of. And I sort of gave this example back then of like, hey, what if we could create a token that represents our product and track it all the way through the distribution channel? And when we got to the Q&A session, one of the members raised my hand and they're like, well, how long does it take to create a token? And I was like, I don't know, we could mint one in like a couple seconds. You know, how much does it cost? And again, this was 2017. I'm like, $3, $4. They're like, do you know we put out like 6.5 billion like drugs every year? Like these numbers are really big. So do some of the kind of math on this stuff, right? And I threw this little box in here. We're looking at like 70 million transactions a day. So when they asked me that question, then I was like, I don't know, let me come back in a few years. Maybe we can figure something out, because we weren't there from a scalability perspective. But we've made tremendous progress on that scalability side. We're starting to see it with all the different layer 2s. Actually, I think we'll see some demonstrations of this tomorrow. And this realization of using tokens to track physical assets is becoming real. Not just the ownership pieces of it, but like using that ownership of the token as the proof that you're allowed to do something. Sometimes we call this token gating and different things. We're going to see like that's going to come into play in a big way too of getting the trust into those pharma supply chains. Paul might have been a little gratuitous when he gave my introduction. The reason I got into supply chain is job security. That's it. Like, these things don't go away. I could be into gaming, that's pretty cool, but they kind of come and go. We've seen DeFi protocols, which I think are awesome, sort of rise and fall. I don't think they're going away. But one thing I can promise you isn't going to change, supply chains. They're everywhere. They've always happened. They're going to be there. They're persistent, right? So we're going to have these issues. And when we look back at things like pharmaceutical traceability or some of the carbon trading and tracking, things along those lines, these are massive global coordination problems. Things that can't be solved by like one company or one software provider. These are things that require big global networks to do it. So that's why I think supply chains are going to be the prime candidates for these global networks. We have to fix some of the pieces along the way to get there. Oh, that point about the using your ownership. So this is kind of neat. If you think about it, like the token is just the representation of the product, but there's a lot of information that goes along with it. It's going to come from different sources, from the manufacturer, from a wholesaler, from a retail, maybe even patient information. And using the token, using your proof of your ownership, relying on that like kind of public key that only you can show that you have the token in your wallet is actually going to be the trick to unlocking access to all this off-chain data that we're going to be storing as well too. That's actually one of the things that I wanted to sort of break this down, because we talked a little bit about standards and the importance of standards and how these things are going to like be required for interoperability and the different pieces. But if like just that in and of itself is a giant problem to tackle. When we start to break it down a little bit around, what are the components, what are the things that we're going to need to really be able to control, we have that off-chain metadata. These could be just little JSON blobs that could map to known standards, like some of the G10 information that James was making reference to. We already have good ways of identifying products, right? We actually have a whole terminology for supply chain events that we can use. That's kind of like metadata, right? And that metadata is going to probably start with the manufacturer of a product, or it could even be inherited from raw materials that went into those products. It's going to be stored most likely in a whole bunch of different off-chain storage systems. Some of them traditional, some of them up and coming like a Filecoin and decentralized storage. There's going to be a lot of places where this is going to be, but it's probably not going to be in one spot, right? So we're going to need to be able to use our the record of transactions on-chain plus the proof of the ownership to be able to grant access to that off-chain data and actually use that to start painting the picture of your product as it moves through its life cycle. The confidential transactions, I know Paul talked a lot about this this morning, but this just becomes blatantly obvious. And whether you're trying to do this on a public network or in a private network, if you're in a private network made up of your peers, if you're in a consortia, you still need privacy. Right? Those are your peers. They're actually the people you're trying to keep your data away from, right? So confidential transactions on any kind of network are going to be super important to do this. We need to know who we're doing business with. That goes without saying, but we have to be able to hide a lot of the information around what's actually in that transaction, how much is being transferred, and actually the frequency of those transactions too, right? Those frequencies are important. That's your business pattern. That shows how often you're producing product, right? So these are all things that we have to be able to prove on-chain, but not actually leak any of that information around it. And I do think that third piece, that private business logic, that starts getting really exciting. I feel like in supply chain, we used to separate the discussion from crypto and product. And that made sense a few years ago when it was hard to wrap your head around all of these different things. But I don't think you can. right? You can't really use a blockchain if you don't have some form of currency to pay gas. So just in that alone, you're going to be involved in crypto in a little bit. The minute we start coupling, and I really liked some of the financial discussions this morning, because they're saying when we can start moving money with these blockchains, with these products, that's when we're going to see real impact. That's what the private business logic is going to unlock, right? That's going to let you say, okay, I can transfer my assets, right? And I can handle ownership and custody and different liens against these things. But now I can actually get paid in the same kind of transactions, right? This is actually what's going to take supply chain like pilots and MVPs that we're currently working on, which most of the time are going after like, grant me access to visibility or show me where products were. A lot of them have a really heavy compliance or regulatory angle. I want to prove to the regulators that this is why we were able to do it. As good as compliance is, compliance doesn't drive new business. Compliance doesn't drive big growth. We need to be able to tap into all of those things that blockchain is going to unlock, in addition to all the compliance use cases that we have. And so I think when you start breaking it down into kind of like those three buckets, the need for standards becomes a little bit more manageable. We can, in the confidential transactions, those deal mostly with tokens or on-chain standards, and we have a pretty good process for defining the ERC 721s and the 20s and 1135 or 1155s that we're starting to use for tokens. The private business logic is always going to be something that you're agreeing on between the parties and between the different parties. So maybe standards don't quite come into play as much there. And then the off-chain metadata, that I actually think is going to wind up being more of an industry-specific piece of it. And there certainly are a lot of bodies that are pulling this together. Actually, I know I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but with some of the ESG discussions tomorrow, you're going to see like where that really comes into play. How do we exchange standardized ESG data about products? So that's kind of how I see a lot of this stuff pulling together. I think the security components are super important when you think about like what we're starting to put out there now, the permanence of this, the fact that if I keep something off chain, I have to promise that it's available for a certain period of time for people to be able to access it. Those are all going to start getting wrapped up, I think, into the same components there. So finally, what do these mean for enterprises? I think the first point, this has come up a whole bunch of different times. I don't know if it's really even the right way of saying it, but it's a mindset shift. Today, our data is in silos, right? James showed a really complex supply chain with a lot of different silos in there. We have a process-oriented data model because we build systems to manage processes. We need to switch to a product-oriented data model. And that actually means that data might not have to live in those systems that are managing the process anymore. So we can start doing that now. We can start minting product tokens. We can build those models. Even if we don't even know what network exactly we're going to put those tokens onto in the future, we can start minting product tokens. A bunch of our clients have done that. All right. I really hope the enterprises are getting more involved in contributing and supporting the different token standards that are out there. I think these are great. We've had the privilege of working on and contributing to some of these, but they're probably not perfect for enterprise use cases. There's probably something that we need to do to make this stuff even more efficient that combines the need for that massive volume plus the privacy. The industry groups are going to be super important. They always are important, but I think sometimes enterprises are kind of overlooking the role there. Right? We need to lean on them saying, hey, okay, maybe the token standards are coming up from like Ethereum foundations or different places where those are getting defined, but we need to really lock down this metadata, and can we maybe do that in a way that becomes provable? Can I prove that I use the standard even behind all the different encryption? Having an enterprise equipped to hold digital assets, I think is such a simple piece to say, but really, really hard to change. Go try talking to a global treasury organization and explaining like what it actually means to hold just enough crypto on your books to cover the gas costs of like tokenization. And they're gonna be like, wait a second, we don't have any controls. In fact, I'll share an example, just getting EY over the hump of being able to transact and hold in crypto. Turns out we hadn't opened up a new bank account in like 50 years, right? It took a long time for us to figure out, like, how do we actually even start those things up? Those aren't things that global treasuries do all the time. They need a lot of hand-holding with that. They need to start figuring out how to do it. Even if they don't have the clear use case like right in front of them, that's actually something that they can work on now. And then finally, I think that is actually going to put businesses in the role to not just comply with what the industries are doing or what their peers are doing, but actually capitalize on what blockchain can unlock, right? Because when you start thinking of your product tokens, when you start thinking of the data transparency, you start realizing that there's a lot of other things you could be doing, right? That's actually, I think, going to be the key for enterprises who start getting into this pretty early. And I believe that is the closing slide.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. We are running a couple minutes behind schedule, but we are going to take a couple of questions. There was a number of questions that came in online, and I think we've got some questions here from the audience. So we've got one question right over there. We'll hand over a microphone.
I'm Mike. I'm building compliance products for DeFi, and I have a question to Robert. So talking about certificates that they are issuing to enterprises, so how hard it would be to include, let's say, snark-friendly curves, credentials into snark-friendly hashes inside the credentials? Because right now we're using CDSI, we're using RSA, which is not really snark-friendly. We can't use them in, let's say, circuits that we're building to verify the data that we are originating from the enterprises.
And James, can you just repeat the question, because I'm not sure the microphone was on. So for the people watching online. Sorry, Robert, excuse me.
I think I understand. So PKI is old enough to have tackled most PKI problems, like customized certificate profiles. I presented on hybrid certificates where you're supporting more than one algorithm in the same PKI, which was kind of a few years ago hadn't been conceived because you'd never have to, but now we have to as a practical way to move to post-quantum. So while I can't say your particular hash that you want to include can easily be implemented, I would be confident it can. You would probably be breaking the RFCs, the standards-based profiles for certificates, but people create new RFCs. It takes time, and if it has wide adoption, you'll get the attention of the standards bodies to create a new RFC for that particular use case. We do see new RFCs created from time to time. It's quite common. I say it's quite common. Crypto doesn't move quickly. It's common. Over the last 5 or 6 years, I've seen 2 or 3 created. Thank you.
Fantastic. We got a question from the online world, which is, with SSI and decentralized identity, do you think we'll just see a world where we can walk into an airport without having to get a passport or a boarding pass out at various points? I feel like this question is being asked by somebody who flew to London and then lost their passport and wants to know if this is going to happen like in the next few days.
It's to me, I guess, again.
I do think so, yes.
The answer is yes. Eurostar have implemented almost that. Not, it's using actually Entrust, ID&V and safe and seamless travel technologies in that. It's not totally passportless or boarding passless, because if it was, then it would be entirely based on biometrics. And as we know how border control points work. So it's probably it's certainly it's definitely a goal for mass transit. But there are so many moving parts. Standards bodies, ICAO, International Civil Aviation Authority, they kind of have to agree to a standard that both countries are happy with. Because as we know, the French border, or at least it was in the UK, don't know whether it is anymore, it is still in the UK. So you have to have reciprocal arrangements between the border parties and if an airline's involved. There are many alliances across airline groups aiming at exactly this.
Terrific. We got time for one more question. Question right here, sir.
And a question to Robert as well. So I wonder your thoughts about the single SSI as a master one for each person, or like multiple SSIs that are going to cover different areas of life or business life and everything
So
else.
you mean wallets as such,
Yeah.
I mean, there's the European Union have issued a contract to create an open source wallet for all of the member states to utilize. And that's kind of ignoring the fact that there's the Apple wallet, the Google wallet, the Samsung wallet, which wallet will prevail is a common question you hear at European Union conferences. In fact, you hear it in North America as well. Each member state are creating their own wallet for mobile driving license, and but meanwhile, everyone wants to use the more convenient Google, Apple, Samsung wallets. The wallet actually is not the problem. The problem is the governance and control around the identity and how everyone interoperates with the wallet. The wallet is largely a low-value item. It's just a kind of vehicle to make it possible. So I think in time we'll have interoperability across wallets, and then it will give choice to the user to say, well, I prefer Apple over Android or my own member state.
What about the pair of the keys? Are they going to be
Sorry?
There are going to be a different pair of the keys, so like a SSI itself? Or
Well, the wallet has its own key pair. That your public key identifies your wallet like it does in blockchain, and your private key protects your wallet.
Yeah.
So the answer, I don't think is. I think the answer is no to that.
Thank you.
The wallet is the vehicle to enable the validation of trusted credentials.
All right, thank you, everybody. So we are wrapping up this session. We got one more to go. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. And if the speakers for our next one will come up on stage while I'm introducing you, that would be fantastic. So we have one more session today, and this is one, as I mentioned before, it's near and dear to my heart. It's blockchain for the public good. And we have 4 incredible speakers here that are going to be talking about kind of how blockchain technology can and should be used for the public good. The first speaker we have is a gentleman named James Wigington, who has come all the way from California. You can tell he's a lawyer because of the tie. And he's with the firm of Orrick, Harrington, and Sutcliffe, and he is a co-author of what was really a groundbreaking paper earlier this year about the use of co-ops as a legal kind of mechanism to provide structure for blockchain-based DAOs. Our second speaker is a gentleman to whom we are immensely grateful and really appreciative, Stefano De Alessandri. He is the CEO of Ansa. Ansa is one of, I think it is the biggest an independent news agency in Italy. Ansa is using EY's ops chain technology to combat fake news, and I will let him tell you about it. But I'm really, really proud of this. This is one of the applications of our technology. I mean, yes, there's lots of good things about all the things that we do, but this is one where I feel like has a very direct and immediate and powerful value proposition, and I'm really appreciative of this. Our third key speaker here is Stefan Magdalensky. He is a senior fellow at the Filecoin Foundation. So Filecoin, for those of you who don't know, it is part of Protocol Labs. They are really some of the visionaries of implementing and using blockchain technology at scale, and in particular, making use of the assets. Filecoin and other systems like it make use of all the assets that exist in the blockchain ecosystem, or really in the digital ecosystem, that don't really get utilized. Like, we are used to a world of cloud computing, but the reality is that there's vastly more compute, storage, and other resources at the edge than there is in the center of the world's networks, and they are significantly underused. And then finally, we have Boris Sprimo. He is from the enterprise sustainability team at Polygon Labs. Polygon is a very close partner organization to EY. We are missing Boris, are we?
He's on the way.
He's on the way. Well, hopefully he'll get here before his speaking slot comes up. And so we're gonna dive right in, and we'll hand it over to James. And then if Boris doesn't arrive, we will have extra Q&A, and then we will break early for the most important aspect of the day, which is the drinking, which will begin wherever you are. I guess it'll be lunch. It's at least noon in America by the time this happens. So James, over to you. Please get started.
Thank you so much, Paul, for that nice introduction. Again, my name is James. I'm an attorney with Orrick, Harrington & Sutcliffe, which is a law firm focused on startup formation, finance, and regulation. And as Paul said, I do live in California, but I'm very grateful to be here in London. I actually have colleagues here in London. Dan Jones is a partner at Orrick, and I believe he's in the overflow room, and he's here to provide moral support, so I don't get too nervous. And I do want to add that all of my comments today are my own. I'm an attorney. I'm wearing a tie and a jacket. I have to say that. I do not represent Orrick as a firm. All right, let's go ahead and get started. My talk today is called Cooperatives, an ownership model for the AI revolution. And you might think that that is kind of a strange title because this is a blockchain conference, not an artificial intelligence conference. But let me put it this way. If you went to a conference that was all about wheels, you know, the little circle-ish things that roll around, you wouldn't want to hear only about geometry or how to calculate the number pi, because that would be really, really boring. Instead, you want to hear about how wheels are used, like how to spin turbines in a jet engine, or twist gears in a clock, or make a train go choo-choo. In short, you would want to learn about applications, how humans use new tools to help other humans. And so during this conference today, you've already heard about how people use blockchains to manage supply chains and make payments and help businesses collaborate in secure ways. But I want to address the issue that you really came to learn about, which is how blockchain will save us from the robot apocalypse. All right, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. Whoops, looks like there might be a slide missing, but that's okay. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm not here to talk about Arnold Schwarzenegger in Terminator 2. I'm here to talk about the economic disruption that we're already seeing as artificial intelligence takes a bigger role in the workplace, especially in accounting and law, which people used to think were immune from automation. Second, we're going to explore how blockchain is part of the solution. To be clear, blockchain itself is never going to solve unemployment, inequality, or any other harm that AI may cause. But blockchain is already giving new life to a legal structure that people have used for centuries to get through challenging economic times. And that legal structure is the cooperative. So by the time I finish my remarks, I want you to know what a cooperative is. I want you to understand how blockchain and cooperatives can make businesses more profitable by turning customers into co-owners. And most importantly, I want you to become advocates. Advocates for using blockchain-powered cooperatives in the marketplace, not just in the industry that we call Web3, but in all consumer-facing industries. All right then, let's get started by defining the problem that cooperatives can help us solve. Let's pretend that the Apple Corporation just released a new product called the Everything Machine. With the touch of a button, the Everything Machine can give you anything you want, and for the low price of $1,000 plus a monthly license fee. It's an absolute marvel, but there's one problem. The Everything Machine just made you redundant, and you lost your job. Without money, you can't buy the machine, and you start to wonder whether the great leap forward for Apple was really just a big stumble backward for the rest of humanity. Now, if this situation sounds crazy to you, you haven't been reading the news. The Everything Machine does not exist yet, but AI applications are becoming more capable of doing the things that used to be the exclusive territory of human professionals. Just a few days ago, actually, a client called me and said they didn't need Orrick to draft terms of service for their website because ChatGPT could do the work at a fraction of the cost. And I don't think that my situation is unique. As more investment pours into AI, these applications are going to become more powerful, and the domain of accountants, attorneys, and other white-collar workers is going to shrink. For those of us who spent years training to do what we do, this is really unsettling. So what are we supposed to do? In this case, we should start by opening a history book, because AI is not the first technology to disrupt an economy. In fact, the first robot apocalypse happened right here in England. As mechanized looms gained popularity in the early 1800s, skilled textile workers began losing their jobs to unskilled machine operators in big factories. In response, the skilled workers rebelled, calling themselves Luddites. Anybody ever heard of a Luddite before? Anybody think that they are themselves a Luddite? Not in this room. Okay. They started losing their jobs and called themselves Luddites in honor of their fictional leader, Ned Ludd. The Luddites broke into the factories and smashed and burned the machines that had taken their livelihood. But their approach was ultimately a losing strategy because the government sent soldiers to suppress the riots and punished machine smashing by death. Yes, you would get hanged if you smashed a loom. The Luddite movement had burned out by around 1816. There were others, however, who dreamed of more constructive solutions to their economic troubles. Mill workers in the town of Rochdale, just outside of Manchester, faced grinding working conditions and didn't make enough money to buy quality goods. So they decided to pool their resources to establish a store called the Rochdale Equitable Pioneers Society. And the store wasn't owned by wealthy investors. Instead, it was owned by the mill workers themselves. And this scheme gave the workers a voice in how the store operated. And if the store charged its customers more for goods than they actually cost, the store would refund the difference to the customers. And thus, the first modern cooperative was born. So the solution to economic disruption caused by the first robot apocalypse was not violence. It was cooperation, to make consumers into co-owners. And now at the dawn of the AI revolution, we need to be doing the same thing. We need to take cooperatives powered by blockchain ledger, distributed ledger technology to make customers into co-owners, not only of AI companies, but of banks, social networks, and other consumer-facing businesses. So in the balance of my time, we're going to first define what a cooperative is, because many people are not familiar with the legal definition of a co-op. Second, we're going to explain how cooperatives and blockchain are natural partners in turning consumers into co-owners. And third, we're going to explore how existing companies can strengthen brand loyalty and revenues by setting aside part of their cap table for customers. So let's start at the beginning. What is a cooperative? By raise of hands, how many of you in this room have visited, patronized, used one of the companies shown on the screen? Anybody? Yes, absolutely. Cooperatives are everywhere. You've probably patronized a co-op before, even if you didn't know it. Crédit Agricole, the French bank, is the world's largest cooperative by revenue. AP News is a cooperative of journalists, and there were several speakers this morning who talked about SWIFT and how important SWIFT is to financial transactions globally. SWIFT is an international cooperative, and it's owned by banks. In short, cooperatives are everywhere, but what sets them apart from corporations and companies limited by shares? Well, cooperatives and corporations are similar in that they give their owners rights to governance and profits. But unlike corporations, which give investors rights to vote and receive distributions based on their capital contributions, based on their wealth, cooperatives allocate rights to vote and receive distributions based on people's participation in the business. And that means that a person's relative ownership in a cooperative is constantly changing based on how much they use the cooperative goods and services. By contrast, when you contribute money to a corporation, your relative ownership remains static unless you contribute more money or unless somebody else dilutes you. So if corporations allocate ownership based on wealth, cooperatives allocate ownership based on how much people use the products that the cooperative provides. Another difference is that people cannot sell their cooperative memberships to somebody else, just like students can't sell their grades, just like drivers can't sell their driver's licenses, just like accountants at EY can't sell their jobs to somebody else. Paul, correct me if I'm wrong.
I think that's still true.
I don't think you can sell your job. Okay. But the fact of the matter is, it's because You cannot sell cooperative memberships that they're so valuable. Some people think if I can't sell it, it must not be worth very much. That's not true. It's because it is not for sale that it has value. Restricting transfer ensures that people join the cooperative to use the business and build a durable community, and not just to sell their membership for a profit when the price is right. Here's another important fact about cooperatives. They can own equity in other businesses. Why does that matter? It matters because cooperatives may not be able to produce everything that their members want or need on their own. So co-ops can form joint ventures or buy interests in for-profit businesses, not for the purpose of taking passive income, but to supply cooperative members with goods and services those businesses produce at cost. An example here in the slide is CHS. It's a US cooperative with dozens of subsidiaries all over the world, including in Australia, Brazil, and Mexico. Now let's review. What is a cooperative? A cooperative is a legal entity that's owned by its customers and producers, who are called members. How do you become a member? By acquiring a non-transferable cooperative membership and agreeing to keep the cooperative's rules. How do cooperatives allocate voting rights? Each member may have one vote, and each member's voting power may be weighted. So the more you participate, the more votes you get. And finally, how do cooperatives distribute profits? Profits are usually distributed based on a member's patronage, defined as the volume or value of members' transactions with the co-op. And in consumer cooperatives, these distributions are really just a rebate. So if a cooperative sells goods that cost $90 to a customer for $100, the cooperative would refund the $10 margin back to the customer. All right. Now, given that today's audience consists primarily of professionals who work in blockchain, many of the things that I've talked about cooperatives should already sound familiar to you. And that's because whether people know it or not, Web3 was founded on cooperative principles, including open membership, economic participation, and autonomy. From the earliest days of Bitcoin, blockchains have relied on volunteers to validate information in exchange for financial rewards in proportion with their labor. And the whole point was to build an internet that wasn't captive to oligarchs or people who might abuse consumers for personal gain. In fact, I strongly recommend that everybody read the original cooperative principles written by the Rochdale Society for Equitable Pioneers. They were published in 1844, but they might as well have been produced and published by the Ethereum Foundation in 2023. They sound almost exactly the same. The problem with many blockchain projects, though, is that the system used to reward validators and other Web3 participants has been fraught with legal peril. In the United States, regulators consider most blockchain-based tokens to be securities, subject to registration. But the registration process, and I can say this as a lawyer, is extremely difficult, time-consuming, and expensive. And the rules for registering are not designed for tokens that provide a more diverse bundle of rights than ordinary corporate stock. As a result of this regulatory tug of war between blockchain projects and governments, large enterprises may hesitate to use blockchain to manage supply chains or to use zero-knowledge proofs to collaborate with other businesses. So how can cooperatives help? Let me give you the key. Let's return to the fact that cooperative memberships can't be sold. Because they can't be sold, it is impossible to use a cooperative membership to fuel a pump and dump scheme. And what's more, cooperatives reward members with profits from their own efforts rather than the efforts of others. So while an active cooperative member can get financial distributions in proportion to their participation, a passive cooperative member gets nothing. Because of these features and others, the US Securities and Exchange Commission has historically declined to classify cooperative memberships as securities. Now, let your imaginations run wild for a minute. All of this means that you could make a cooperative blockchain without a speculative token. People could validate blocks in exchange for fees that flow to a smart contract, and at regular intervals, those fees could be distributed to validators based on their participation. And if a validator ever tried to game the system, their rights to receive distributions could be slashed at any time, the same way that staked tokens are slashed today. A similar approach could apply to decentralized autonomous organizations or other Web3 applications. In short, we could have a fully compliant Web3 based on precedents pioneered in the 1800s without losing any more sleep over things like regulatory clarity or enforcement actions. Wouldn't that be nice? But it's not just blockchain that needs cooperatives. Cooperatives need blockchain too. Distributed ledger technology is the perfect tool to help cooperatives keep track of member transactions. As cooperatives stretch across international borders, they need a way to record interactions among members that's resistant to tampering and that fosters accountability. Several cooperatives, including Opolis, a decentralized employment organization based in the US, already are moving in this direction. So let's circle back to where we started. There are so many problems that need our attention: climate change, war, polarization, poverty. So how can we know which problem is the most important? Which demands our most of our attention? In my view, we have to start with first principles, and nothing is more fundamental than ownership, which is how we decide what's yours and what's mine. As artificial intelligence and other labor-saving technologies advance, and as we approach the day when the everything machine becomes a reality, the only people who will be able to use those technologies are going to be the people who own those technologies. But our current ownership system, which is dominated by a relatively small group of investor owners, is not built to withstand the earthquake. So how do we begin to strengthen the system? We could start by selling shares in corporations to a broader range of people, not just to big investors. And this would benefit, but this would benefit only those who are wealthy enough to afford shares. And if the shares remain transferable, they would probably end up back in the hands of big investors, similar to what happened when Russia denationalized in the 1990s. Not a great result. The better path, however, is if we put cooperatives and blockchain to work. And we'd have to start with baby steps. Instead of selling shares to individuals, investors could sell or grant a portion of their equity to user-owned, blockchain-powered cooperatives. In exchange, the cooperatives could pay cash for the shares or provide crowdsourced marketing or product development services. This wouldn't be very hard to do because investors already grant big portions of their cap tables to employees through equity incentive plans. You might call this a customer incentive plan. In the short run, this approach would provide liquidity for investors and strengthen customer loyalty. In fact, a recent study by the National Bureau of Economic Research in the United States found that when customers own equity in a brand, they spend up to 100% more on the brand than they would otherwise. Imagine that. Investors could get paid to sell their shares to a consumer cooperative and win stronger brand loyalty and revenues at the same time. That is shrewd business. But I think more importantly, in the long run, customers would own the businesses that they use. They would have a real voice in their affairs, and they would enjoy access to goods and services of those businesses at cost. And think of it, in a decade's time, customers could own 30 or 40 or even 50% of Apple through a cooperative. And maybe white-collar workers like myself would be able to embrace the robot revolution instead of fearing it. And the change can start with your business, one blockchain-powered cooperative at a time. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not a lawyer, even if I'm wearing a tie. And actually, me and James, we have discovered, which is the use of a tie, is a perfect support for the microphone. That's what the people over the glass told us. Okay, I'm wearing a tie because actually I'm an old guy. So like all the old guy, I like to talk about myself. And this is my story. I'm going to tell you in few seconds my story, because it's interesting for the history that I'm going to tell you about the use of blockchain in Ansa. I spent all my life, practically all my life, professional life, in the media business, running some companies that you see there. Then 10 years ago, I decided to quit with the media business, and I joined EY. It's funny, because normally you start as a consultant, you don't finish your career as a consultant. But anyway, I joined EY in 2013, and I spent 5 years there. And during these years, we were start talking about blockchain, especially a smart guy that is here in the audience that was always trying to explain me how blockchain works, and asking me to help him to bring this solution on the market, especially on the media market. And I told him, if you stop trying to explain me how blockchain works, I'm going to help you. Otherwise, I'm not going to help you. Then I forgot about blockchain and EY, and the sirens of my old media world started singing again. So I joined in 2018 Ansa. What is Ansa? Ansa actually is a cooperative, as James said. It's a cooperative owned by publishers. It's a news agency. It's a very old business. News agency started in the middle of 19th century using a very cutting-edge technology for that time that were flying pigeons. And what a news agency does is produce and distribute news. That's what we do. More than 3,000 news per day in 6 languages in more than 50 countries. We are more than 1,000 professionals, 2/3 are journalists, and we have actually offices, I would say, all over Italy, and more than 50 offices in the world. We distribute news, we produce and distribute news, photos, and video. At the same time, we are also a publisher. So we are not only a B2B news agency, producing and distributing and selling news through subscription to the media, to the public institution or companies, but we are also a publisher. This is our network of international cooperation. We are linked with more than 80 agencies and associations around the world, and this is what we do. We produce and distribute news. We deliver editorial projects. We have a very large photo archive, more than 20 million photos and news, and we are active on the web and mobile. This is important. This is our activity since 1999 as a publisher. We have a website, ansa.it, with 22 million unique browsers and more than 100 monthly, and more than 150 million page views. That's put us as number 5, number 6 in the top ranking of the Italian news website. This is the most important chart in my presentation to understand the history of the introduction of blockchain. According to Reuters Institute, every year they conduct a survey all over the world with the University of Oxford, asking the users of Newswhite which is the level of trust of the brands on the country. And every year we are number 1. As you can see, Ansa is considered the most trusted brand for news in the country. I think that this survey started 5 or 6 years ago, and we are always been number 1. So this is the most important asset we have in our company, our reliability that is linked to our brand. Let's go to February 2020. In February 2020, as you remember, Italy was the second country hit by the COVID. The COVID started in China, and then in my country, in my city actually, in Lombardy, COVID started. Italy was the first country in Europe to introduce lockdown, the red zone and the lockdown for all the countries that lasted for 3 months. That was the first lockdown. During that period, our traffic on the website literally exploded. And this was a very good news. Because what does it mean? It means that when things are getting serious, when your health and your personal interest is hit, the search for reliable news is still going on. And that's what exactly happened. As you can see, our unique users went up 3 times during that period. But that was not the only thing that happened during that period. Because, again, the smart guy in EY that was trying to have my help to sell blockchain on the market, the blockchain technology utilization, was calling me some months before that, explaining me which could have been the benefit of introducing blockchain to protect our reliability. I was not so convinced at that time. I must say, okay, it's interesting, but I don't really see which is the benefit, the real benefit of it in our business. And that's something happened. It happens that the Italian government has announced that the 5th of May, if I remember well, of 2020, the first lockdown would have been finished. 2 weeks before, a news broke all over Italy saying which was the content of the end of the lockdown, so which activities and all the details. And this news was exactly the look and feel that you can see it of our website. It was not perfect, but it was very, very reliable. It was a hell, a nightmare. Everybody calling us to say, how did you get this news? Even the government, because some part of the news were reliable, not all, but some were reliable. And we were saying, we have not published this news. It's not us. And they were sending us, the screenshot on WhatsApp saying, no, it's Ansa. You can see it. So at that time, we decided to introduce a way of protecting our news. This is the technology that comes from EY. It's called Ansa Check. It's a tag that you can find on all our news that certify that we are the source of that news. And then, again, something happened all over the world because we became a case history, because we did that not to get a competitive advantage, not to make money, but just to protect our reputation and our brand. And then a university in Arkansas started to study the case of the introduction of the blockchain by Ansa. And what is important is the last sentence that you see there that says that according to Gartner research, by 2026, 30% of the American publisher will adopt a blockchain solution like the one introduced by Ansa. And this is a very important indication. How does it work? You can see here, this is the one, I don't know why we have chosen this gentleman. Probably because we are in England. Anyway, this was a news about him, that he got fever. Remember that Boris Johnson had COVID at a certain time. And you can see Ansa Check. If you click on that tag, there is a blockchain page that opens, and they say that you have all the elements and details of the registration and the fact that we were the source of this news. What we are doing now, we are using blockchain not only to protect our B2C activity, so our website and what we publish on our website, but also we are embedding the blockchain technology to protect our B2B activities. So the newswire that we sell under a subscription, on a subscription basis to our clients. There is another important issue that is about copyright. You know that we are discussing where there is a new law, a directive from European Union that has been converted into a law in several countries in Europe, including Italy, and blockchain will be essential for the copyright protection. I'm not talking here about artificial intelligence, but this is what really will change completely our business, and again, with some lights and some problems, real problems about the use of artificial intelligence for producing news, and I think that blockchain will help a lot also on this case. That's it. Thank you very much.
Hello there. Hello? Hello. I'm Stefan Magdalinsky. I'm no longer a senior fellow at the Filecoin Foundation and the Filecoin Foundation for the Decentralized Web. I'm now a senior tech lead, which is the same number of syllables. And I still have all the responsibilities that I had when I was a senior fellow, but I now look after our Dev Grants program as well. So it's same number of symbols, but bigger. I will talk about the Filecoin network. I need to make a little bit of a clarification about the relationship between the various organizations in the ecosystem and Protocol Labs, because Filecoin Foundation is not part of Protocol Labs. Protocol Labs is the amazing organization that created the Filecoin network, and the two foundations were spun up as part of that initial SAFT, I think it's called. But we are separate, although we do a lot of work together. What is the Filecoin network? It's a decentralized storage network consisting with about 12 exabyte capacity, 4,000 plus global nodes, the numbers go up and down, and a market incentivized by a utility token called Filecoin or Phil, where storage providers earn Phil by storing data. The key element of this is like, okay, you can give your data to somebody on the other side of the internet, and they go, great, I've got it. The hard part of this is for them in the future to be able to still prove to you that they've still got it. And basically, there's a clever thing called proof of space-time, where storage providers are required to cryptographically sign in such a way that only works if they're still holding the data. And that enables long-term storage of data with people that you don't know in a way that's trustworthy and cryptographically secured. Part of that thing we've just launched is the Filecoin virtual machine, which basically allows computation over that storage and computation around the creation, doing smart contracts for doing those storage deals. What is the Filecoin Foundation? It's a not-for-profit corporation, C Corp in the US. We are the stewards of the Filecoin network. The network is owned and run by the storage providers, the developers, the various organizations, DAOs and communities who are part of it, but we kind of exist to facilitate the governance and the keeping the network moving along and evolving. So we run as a Filecoin improvement process, and we do that, and we do a lot of community engagement. What kind of things does the Filecoin Foundation support? We run I now run a big developer grants program. So we give out a whole range of grants from, I think, 5,000 up to maybe 300,000, 400,000 for doing interesting things with Filecoin, for doing interesting things that extend the protocol and doing interesting things that it's part of the ecosystem. So that's protocol development, that's research, and we also do some social impact work where on the public goods side, people who have interesting things that they want to do that do use Filecoin, we support some of those initiatives, so things like Starlight Labs and various others. So what is the Filecoin Foundation for the Decentralized Web, apart from a mouthful? It's the at the same time, the 501c3 was created when the initial network was set up, and we exist to build, protect, and preserve the digital commons. We showcase the benefit of decentralized technology for social good, and we fund research and experimentation. But one of the interesting things about it is that we are interested in decentralization much more generally. So we look at projects and we fund projects that don't use Filecoin at all, but we think are essential or useful or potentially useful for the whole decentralized ecosystem to exist in the future. So what kind of things does FFDW, easier to say than the long one, support? Preservation of important data sets, public data sets. We do support open source software development. As I was saying, we help create and support organizations that we believe will be future to the preservation of the digital commons in the future. Some examples of partners that we work with: Internet Archive, Creative Commons, Prelinger Archive, who have doing a big onboarding of digitization of interesting data, and Sprightly Institute, who are doing some really interesting, essentially new language and security work based around object capabilities. There's actually about 30 organizations that we've supported so far. What do we believe in? Preserving humanity's most important information, public goods in the public domain, and the promise, which we've believed in for a very long time, and it's gone up and down between Web 2 and Web 3, and I'll talk about it in a minute, as an open platform with lots and lots of participants where everybody gets to engage in a trusting, safe, and enjoyable environment. What do we think about the future? One of the questions we try to answer about the future of the digital public domain: what does a digital open space look like in 20 years' time? What happens when the content created online now enters the public domain? Every single TikTok thing, every single tweet, every single thing that you've ever posted online, every image you've ever shared, at some point is going to pass into the public domain. And we haven't really started to think about what happens to the sites where we've put all this content when that starts to happen. I have a prediction, if someone's, and I'm probably not going to live long enough to see it, but I believe that in the way that Disney were the last, the copyright extension maximalists, I believe that the Facebooks and the Twitters will be the next generation, where they're continually trying to extend copyright so they can continue to monetize the content that we've been putting online now that will one day be public. Even with that public data, so essentially what I think that these things are is, and there are others as well, the things that we've created online, in the same way that the Taj Mahal or the pyramids and things are World Heritage Sites in the physical world, I think some of these things are basically becoming the equivalent of digital World Heritage Sites, and that we need to preserve them and figure out how to make them exist long after the companies that currently build them and have assembled them no longer exist. So it's about keeping these things public goods that are public now and things that will become public in the future, accessible and shareable for all mankind. Some of that is figuring out how to do archiving. I actually have another part of this which I think is kind of important and I don't think we're thinking about now, which is what happens to privacy. So if you look at something like a photo archive from the 1890s, there's a bunch of pictures of people doing things. They're taken in specific locations, but there's not really any metadata associated with it. We're now in a world where not only is every photo that's online, although we strip some stuff for privacy reasons now, has a lot of metadata associated with it, we now have techniques to basically retrofit metadata. So image recognition is only going to get much more easily applicable to every image that you've ever posted online. Similarly, there are people working on techniques for doing the same thing with geographic location. So just working out from the background exactly where a particular photo was taken. And so that means that what privacy means in 20, 30 years' time is radically different, and we need to, if you're going to do this in a safe and thoughtful way, we have to start thinking about what those implications are now and how we make sure that these things don't have unintended harms further down the line. I want to talk a bit about how we get here, because I spend a lot of time talking with much younger developers. I'm going to boast a little bit and say I built my first commercial website in 1994 when we called it the World Wide Web, and we were super excited because we were actually engaged in this massive project to decentralize, and everyone was going to become a publisher, and there would be no more like single big broadcast monopolies or oligarchs who own newspapers or governments who had a monopoly on publishing certain kinds of information. That sort of didn't quite work out, largely because in Web 2, when we also thought that this was going to be massively decentralizing and there was a part of Web 2 where, okay, these sites were sort of launching, but there were lots of them. We didn't realize there was only going to be, one or two or three of these Facebooks, Twitters, whatever. There's this centralization. But also a big part of Web 2 that we've forgotten was that it was all going to be about APIs and interoperable communication and people building stuff that glued these things together to build new things. And that bit sort of got cut off when it turned into, we're going to shut off our APIs because we've realized we've got all the users now and then we're going to make money out of those. And then we ended up with kind of where we are now. How do we fix it? Part of it is decentralized web tech. I think there are definitely legal parts of it. GDPR, I think, is pretty good on the whole, although we've had a lot of malicious compliance activity that makes the consumer experience of GDPR much worse than it needs to be. I think the antitrust stuff that is coming down the line and is going to get there will break up these large monopolies, or at least fingers crossed. But I think the thing that sort of really needs to happen is, and this is going to be a hard bit, is a sort of realignment of incentives. So when Google introduced AdWords, it was a beautiful thing that happened. Like suddenly the advertising that was on the search engine was aligned with what I was actually looking for, and we were as one, and then became this hugely profitable business. I would say now that the balance has slipped, and the Google research results, the balance of advertising versus natural search results on Google has gone completely the other way. The other one I think that's very current at the moment is if you look at Amazon, the promoted stuff, the ads, the products come top for you are no longer aligned with your best interest. They're not the cheapest. They're not the product you were really looking for. They are something that's a sort of weird copy of the thing you were looking for. And this is maximizing profit for Amazon, but it's no longer aligned with the incentives of us as citizens and consumers. What is decentralized tech? Well, decentralized storage is only a tiny part of it. There's another part of it that we are involved in the protocol labs called content address data, where basically every piece of content stored on the network or shared is labeled with a hash of that content itself, so the content is immutably identifiable as the particular image, and you know that if you've got that address, it hasn't been changed. Blockchains and smart contracts, I think that's why we're here, isn't it? Yes. And then there's some future stuff that's coming down the line, basically all based on things like zero-knowledge proofs, certain kinds of encrypted compute, and much, much more secure languages where you've got things like every single data structure within the language is cryptographically signed itself. Every bit of program data is cryptographically signed itself. And this suddenly gives you ability to do trusted computing in very remote environments that we haven't seen the like of before. How does decentralized tech help? I mean, some of this is not going to be too radical, I think, for this audience, but ownership and control of personal data. I have some scars from doing a bunch of personal data stores work back in the 2010s. And the development of secure protocols over this sort of feudal model of safety and security that we have now, where we all have to trust, we trust Google and they maintain a big perimeter, but it basically means that they have access to all our data. It's related to this, interoperable networks with additional safety, so you can do your compute at a remote site, you can share your data much more widely. I think we're going to end up with, in the new world, and a lot of what I'm talking about is Web3, but I think it's more than Web3, is the same apps but better. So, there will be a version of Slack, and there will be a version of Twitter, and there will be, these things, but they will have, if we succeed, they will replace the existing ones. So I've always been a bit anti people developing sort of Me Too consumer apps, but I think this is an instance where we actually have to do a whole load of those, and we have to demonstrate that we can make them better. What will stop us? Existing business models and existing monopolies, right? They have all the money and all the resources, and they, at the moment, I think we're in the sort of the Gandhi, they're ignoring us phase for some of what we're doing. But when they stop doing that, then we've got a really big fight on our hands that I think we're not really ready for yet. Decentralization is just hard. There is a comms and coordination cost on top of it. And the other part of that is that it's really, really tempting when someone's built something nice and decentralized to build a centralizing service on top of it because that's really convenient. This is exactly what Google search engine was. We had an open, massively decentralized internet where everyone was running data websites and publishing content, and they built a centralizing service and became the gateway keeper. It's very hard, and it takes a lot of dedication, and a lot of thinking, and a lot of wariness to prevent that happening in the new world. And that costs time, money, the complexity. I don't want to do any of this without thinking about the trust and safety issues and the online harms. Because if we just build a Web 3 that's been like the last 14 years of Web 2, I don't really want to be a part of it. Or I want to be a part of, well, definitely making it not happen. Definitely making it not happen like that. And the final one, I guess there is this thing that I've been a privacy campaigner and upset about these things for a very long time. Do the majority of people care, and can we make sure that we build the services that they will really care about? What will stop us? Part 2. Usability. I've been probably since the 90s occasionally standing up and talking about a principle called survival of the easiest, which used to be talking about why Amazon won out over Barnes & Noble, I think, because they just, and this was when their interests were aligned with ours, the easiest websites, the easiest thing in any domain, over a long period of time, ends up winning, right? People treasure convenience and usability and not being made to feel dumb when they're using the internet over almost anything else. And at the moment, a lot of what is being built in this new space is extremely heavily tech-led. I'm a technologist, I can acknowledge that, sorry. And we also have this thing where a lot of people are very anti-surveillance capitalism. And if you're very anti-surveillance capitalism, right, you really do not like using Google Analytics and you don't like spying on your users and stuff, there is an element of running a website or building a product or putting it out there where just straight up usability research and observing what people are doing in the aggregate and in real time and having a look at your logs on your site, another thing that's hard to do in a fully decentralized environment, is a valid thing to do if you're going to use that to make your services better. And analytics and user observation is a legitimate thing. A lot of what's happening at the moment, there's a lot of new frameworks out there that people are using to develop this stuff that, again, don't follow some of the hard-won usability principles that we sort of thrashed out in the Web 1 and Web 2 world by building websites that no one wanted to use and then changing them until people wanted to use them. And I see over and over again people launching on sites that are like, hey, I'm new at this is great, we're Web 3, we don't care about accessibility, we don't care about usability, we don't care about making it work on a wide range of phones, or if, no one has JavaScript disabled anymore, but now JavaScript doesn't work or something like that. Until we get caught up on those usability issues, I think we're going to be in trouble. I think we have there's been an interesting inversion actually in the sort of corporate world, which is in the early days I used to do a bunch of stuff with government, and governments and large corporates often supported by large consultancies, we used to build some really not very great websites, and we'd always, in these meetings go, well, have you looked at what Amazon are doing? Have you looked at how usable and accessible Google is? And they're really, and I think we've now gone into this weird inversion where we've got things like GDS, and governments now take accessibility and usability extremely seriously, and these other, these sites that are now become primarily extractive, have gone the other way. So we've got this sort of reversion. I think we also spend a lot of time, and especially because we do a lot of immutable stuff in our world, where we are, we're kind of back thinking about this sort of web publishing model that we had at the beginning, but actually apps, mobile, interactivity, TikTok, all of this stuff is what people are actually doing with it until we start making the tools and platforms we use able to support that, as well as, hey, look, I published some documentation. We're not going to be in the phase of winning hearts and minds. When will we get there? My colleague Danny O'Brien, who is the other senior fellow at the foundation, when we were having this conversation, and he said that we're not at the sort of 1994 point of these technologies. We're actually at the sort of 1983 point of these technologies, where we're talking about TCP/IP, not the invention of the World Wide Web. And it's going to be a very, very long journey for these things to become mainstream. Some of the technologies I talked about are definitely not going to be the ones that become mainstream, and they will be replaced by others. But I think this is a path to a better public digital commons. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone. Hello, my name is Boris. Hopefully all of you can hear me. I represent Polygon. We are a big set of blockchain technologies, networks, identity, privacy solutions. Someone mentioned Nightfall here, which we're very proud of, and we find it a very interesting element needed for, amongst other things, sustainable tokenized assets, but also for business in general. So today I'm going to talk about three things: tokenized assets, and I'm fairly certain that all of you here know quite well what they are, so we're going to whiz through fairly quickly. My experience with assets is blockchain innovation at BNY Mellon, traditional payments technology at the likes of WorldPay and Barclays, co-founder of a custodian called Trustology, and then later e-commerce through NFTs. The next topic is going to be sustainable finance, which is another interest of mine, and that is how can we make assets behave so that they're actually good for us, good for the environment, good for their users, owners, all of the stakeholders in a very German way of the word, which means that everyone who is somehow surrounded the asset has a stake in it. And finally, Polygon ecosystem, what we do and what we can do in order to make this thing interesting and maybe real. So I'll look into now and I'll look into the future, and maybe a comparison of what things look like right now and what we want them to look like in the near future. So the first one, tokenized assets, as discussed, and this is really building on many of the themes discussed here today. We discussed about the fragmentation of different systems and how they're solid and so on, and that is very true in financial assets, in particular securities, where you have to exchange two types of assets, right? Cash, or rather fiat, and some sort of a security or market-traded asset. Now, the problem is that they all exist in multiple databases. These databases are managed by multiple entities, from the buyers to the seller to everyone in between, and there's a long value chain in between. And that is very burdensome, that is very expensive, that is error-prone. So this existence of blockchain is very interesting because it enables us to have all of the assets on one database, in effect, all of the stakeholders on one database, in effect. We can reduce the value chain and everything can be cheaper and better and so on. At least that's the theory of it. The technology works, and I believe that there is a long way to go, to your point, in terms of adoption. But let's take a look at the idealized state, right? We have smart contracts, which are autonomous pieces of code, on trusted databases, which are available to everyone. And if we represent assets as smart contracts, if we bring the market participants to the network, investors, issuers, trading venues, which match investors and issuers and regulators, then maybe the whole thing works very well. It's a very idealized view of the world, but it's one that we need to somehow try to achieve. And there are many, many, many obstacles along the way. Now, the very heart of this are tokens. We call tokens as something which is slightly dirty in the regulated industry, or maybe very nice in the crypto world. But in reality, tokens are just smart assets. They are essentially autonomous pieces of code that exists on public networks. And I'm going to stress public. We can have private and all that, but public is where it is for all the reasons that Mr. Brody mentioned earlier today. Because they essentially live on a compressed value chain or on a database of all the states, they're able to access different states, such as legal agreements and credit ratings. Even if those things are not necessarily stored directly on-chain, they can be referenced on-chain in a way that is secure, to reference what Filecoin does, and so on, amongst other things. And they can change behaviors based on external conditions. Now, because we have all of these things in a single database, we can run analysis on a single database really easily. And because we run analysis, we can get insights really quickly. And that has been traditionally a problem with traditional markets infrastructure. So let's try to review the status quo and the state that we strive towards. The status quo is that we have a number of disparate systems, and they require reconciliation, expensive, burdensome, difficult. That means that the issuance and settlement of securities is often manual, and when failures happen, they're very complex because we need to traverse a number of systems. Settlement takes days because of the fragmentation. Liquidity is fragmented and available until settled, but we can play tricks with it. That means that the servicing costs are high, capital is expensive, inefficient, locked in. This is what we've been listening about since 2017 in my case. So tokenized market infrastructure fixes that to an extent. We can have a single system reflecting the state of all assets, which means that reconciliation is needed only with the participants' books, right? Their legacy systems need to be able to integrate with that, but there is no long string of systems in between participants. There is ideally one system, maybe, in the future. We're working towards that. We have good evidence that it actually works, which we're going to discuss in a few moments. Because we have all of the assets represented on a single network with pieces of code that we call tokens, we have interoperability. Asset A and asset B and asset C are different types of tokens that adhere to the same basic standards. Settlement can take seconds. It's transparent. Liquidity is continuous, quickly released. That means that the servicing costs are low, capital is efficient, new asset classes emerge. And we're going to discuss one of those today, or maybe a special implementation of an existing asset class, such as sustainability-linked bonds. I'm not going to bother you with predictions too much. For us, tokenization, everyone has their own, but we're reasonably confident that the market value chain is going to be compressed, that some infrastructure providers will try to take more than they have right now. Some may disappear, all subject to regulatory changes. Access to markets may become democratized. We very much want that to happen, but the markets are tiered through regulation. Costs may decrease if there is sufficient competition and if the markets are sufficiently democratized. Because the costs fall, the pie will become smaller before it becomes bigger. Maybe it becomes bigger with time, but if we now charge cents on the dollar for simple, let's say, transfer agency costs, that means that we can't charge as much money, which is a problem for some, maybe a benefit for some others. And then finally, regulation and ecosystems remain the most important mode. Regulation tells us what we cannot do and can do, and that is something that prohibits adoption of these systems. And ecosystems is access to capital, essentially. If you have a large ecosystem of market participants, you're fairly safe. Good. This is the part that we all know very much about. So I'm done with that. Let's jump into sustainable finance. And this is really an extension of tokenized assets. This is really thinking about how can we link asset performance with the actual effect that the asset issuer and all the stakeholders have on the environment. Can we reliably link the promise and the fulfillment of that promise to the asset price? And maybe there are beginnings of that in thinking in this, in the next few slides. So we now know that most financial assets aren't directly linked to committed outcomes. So there is no direct incentive for the asset issuer to keep promises to investors. Yes, the markets are going to react, but the markets react based on, conjecture, rumor, and then ultimately in retrospect. Maybe we can create assets that are linked to committed outcomes. Maybe we can measure outcomes. Maybe we can feed that back into the asset, and maybe then the asset changes its behavior. As we've seen, tokenized assets are not just your typical securities or financial assets on chain. They're pieces of code that can react to input. And we can feed performance metrics back into the code for changes in their behavior. So there are two key concepts here that are relevant, that we need to internalize. And this specifically applies to sustainability-linked bonds, but it can, you can imagine your own. The principles are going to be the same for any type of asset that has some impact on the outside world. So the first concept is use of proceeds. If I'm the issuer of green bonds, I sell them to someone, I get money, but then I spend that money on the thing that I have promised to do in the prospectus, right? Otherwise, I'm a liar and I break, rules, regulations, law, I go to jail, right? Not really, but, that's how it works. So use of proceeds is providing a reliable audit trail or evidence that I have spent the money that I have received on things that are in line with my promises. Right now, that's done in a very manual way, but maybe we can do it slightly better. The second concept is impact reporting. So yes, I have taken the money, I have spent the money to try to achieve the outcomes, but to try to achieve the impact. But in order to be able to reliably report impact, I need to be able to gather some data. And let's say that this is a reforestation project. So I start with something with a deforested area, and I try to reforest it. And I realize, oh, hey, this is working as well as I hope. So that information is somehow gathered, again, right now, mostly manually, and then somehow fed into the right data structures for the investors to be able to see and to be able to react to. But maybe we can automate that. Maybe we can create some sort of automated structures that are able to source that from sensors, which are on the ground, which are deployed by trusted entities, such as maybe EY. And then maybe we can make assets behave based on that, whether it's valuation, risk, credit rating, whatever. It doesn't matter. So these two concepts are essentially, am I honest and am I achieving what I promised? Interesting, right? We don't usually link these things directly to financial assets, but it seems quite interesting that we could, right? It seems like we get more honesty in the system, and that would, at least for me, be very pleasing personally. So let's try to compare the legacy sustainable assets, or rather the ones that exist right now, with the infrastructure that we have, the processes that we have, with the ones that we might have at some point in the future. So right now, data for use of proceeds and impact reporting is self-reported on a yearly basis, usually. And it's quite opaque, unreliable. How do you get it? How to validate the data? It's a time-consuming process. So, we can do it well, but it's expensive and successful. But maybe if we put sensors in the right places to measure impact as we promised, or maybe if we are able to directly feed or directly enough feed payments information into the use of proceeds metrics, maybe we're able to streamline that and reduce the cycle and increase the, let's say, accuracy and precision. So because right now third parties do use of proceeds and impact report audits, they are expensive, error-prone, manual, and so on. These metrics can be generated from the data that you're able to harvest by system integration, hopefully, and hopefully there aren't too many systems in between the blockchain network on which the assets live and the actual place where the impact is measured somehow, ideally, right? It's a long hike to get us from here to there. But if managed to achieve that, then asset servicing becomes much cheaper, much quicker. We are able to get metrics on asset performance much quicker again, and then markets are more aware, and then we can say that this is fraud, but inaccuracy, let's call it charitably, inaccuracy is reduced, and in reducing inaccuracy we have more effective markets, if that makes sense, or more efficient markets. So let's take a look at the architecture and potential changes to market infrastructure actors. Now, this was a piece of work that I've done three years ago for a think tank called Blockchain and Climate Institute. And later this got ratified with the ISO, but the principles are very simple. We have blockchain, we have assets on blockchain. These assets on blockchain can be green bonds, sustainable bonds, performance-linked bonds. All of these things are the same, right? I take the money as the issuer from someone. I use intermediaries for that process. In taking money, I spend it, use of proceeds, in order to be able to achieve impact and report impact, which is called MRV in traditional speak. And I feed that back into the investors so they can actually react to that. Now, these assets and that behavior and adjustment of behavior based on impact reporting metrics and use of proceeds metrics lives on-chain. The technology for that is now, we have seen plenty of blockchain bonds used in production, from Siemens bond that was settled for 60 million through to whatever, obligated doing corporate bonds en masse. One level below that, we have metrics. So we have metrics that tell us whether we have done well or we have done poorly. In case of use of proceeds, if I can prove that I have spent that money on things that are of value or things that are in line with the prospectus or the promises that I made to the investors, I'm then, I'm not in breach of some sort of contract. Conversely, impact reporting, if I can demonstrate that the money was spent and the impact is achieved and that can be quantified, then the asset behaves in my favor in some way as an issuer. And all of these metrics require data, right? Data is a big problem in sustainable finance. Maybe we can find data on payments by, ideally, to Mr. Brody's point, having fiat on chain. That would be great. But maybe we just, for now, integrate traditional payment systems and oracle that information in. Conversely, we can have sensors deployed wherever we are spending the money to achieve the impact. These sensors measure impact. They provide the data to some systems for deriving impact reporting metrics that feed it into the smart contracts. On the right-hand side, we've got a view of which actors we might lose, which is pretty typical. You've seen it 1,000 times. Again, subject to regulatory changes that might be like that, but it might not be. It's just market forces, regulatory forces. And I'm just, I just took a swing, but I'm likely very wrong there. Let's take a look at an example of sustainable tokenized assets, not from the issuer perspective, which is pretty clear. I described it just now, but from the actual community perspective. The topic for today, if I'm not mistaken, is blockchain for public good. And that means that we need to be able to involve communities, especially in the developing world, to use those proceeds, to be given proceeds by the issuers who are more closer to the capital in the mature economies, and then do something with it to achieve impact. So, for example, a sustainable bond issuer commits to a measurable impact targets. They get money, funds. These funds is spent with suppliers. Suppliers are communities. Communities are maybe predetermined, or there's an auditing process for communities. There is a proof of use of proceeds, and then there is a measured impact. If the community or the local suppliers are achieving the impact, if everyone is kept honest, they get the money, the smart contract disburses money, but maybe if that doesn't happen, we need to take a look at what's going on and then later disperse money, or something like that, right? But it gives us more control, more visibility in a more integrated system. And finally, I'm going to mention a few words about Polygon and sustainability. Not very relevant. The most relevant thing is we have the tools, we just have the builders. We just need the builders. So one of our agendas is not only to serve the masses with Web3 tools and to serve the builders with these tools. It is about being sustainable not only operationally, but in terms of what we do and what kind of actors we involve and where we put our money and our mouths. So there's some talk about reducing consumption of energy, and we are now carbon neutral or even carbon negative network, which is nice, but beside the point. But maybe more importantly, we are a network that has a suite of ecosystem partners that provide supply chain solutions, EY being the prime one, equity solutions, again, EY and a bunch of other tokenization partners that do that. We involve market partners. We involve technology for decentralized MRV, measuring, reporting, and verification, which is very important for sustainability-linked assets. And we try to also create tools for direct engagement with the communities or with other stakeholders in a sustainable finance cycle so that they can actually partake in a way that is meaningful to them and we can increase the positive effects. Finally, on the tokenization side, we have done a number of projects with some major names. You may have seen the news. It doesn't matter. So Hamilton Lane, Franklin Templeton, JP Morgan, Siemens, there's a long pipeline. I would very much like to, as the asset tokenization lead for Polygon, I would very much like to continue with this, but also skew it a little bit towards sustainable finance because I find it makes for a better world. And with that, thank you so much. And
Thank you very much, Boris. It's wonderful to have you here. I'm so delighted you were able to make it. Everybody, first of all, okay, so we're wrapping up now, and I have a few thank yous, and we'll have a few minutes for Q&A. But let me get through the kind of key announcements. So first of all, I really want to say thank you, especially if you are watching online. I got the viewing figures. We've had around between 750 and 950 of my closest relatives and friends watching all day today, which is kind of really astonishing and amazing. That's held up incredibly consistently. In a couple minutes, we will show you a QR code for you to collect your proof of attendance NFT, which, as I would like to remind you once again from our legal and regulatory compliance team, is not something you should plan on selling or retiring on. Before I go into the rest of the questions, I just want to give also a little bit of a preview of what the rest of the week looks like. So on Friday, which is the end of the week, we have our technology day. So we will be diving deep into the technology, the how that this stuff works. Now, we have long since surpassed my mathematical skills, so fortunately, I promise you, I will not be presenting any of the deep math on Friday. That will be led by our R&D team and our expert engineers. Thursday is Financial Services Day. So if you care about money, and everybody here does, then you should join us on Thursday. We're going to be hitting off CBDCs, risk management, and we will have talks on kind of the future of how payments are made. We're going to have people here from Fireblocks, Lloyds, Finality, WorldPay, the Bank of England. We have a pretty kind of star-studded lineup, and we have a few people from EY, in there as well. Tomorrow, Wednesday, is Operations Day. So Wednesday is all about operations. So you're going to see, first and foremost, OpsChain ESG, tokenizing carbon credits, moving them around. We will show that actual live demo. Secondly, OpsChain Supply Chain Manager. We will be showing one of our very first products that is privacy-enabled, running on Nightfall. And then we will also have a live demo of OpsChain Contract Manager, which is our Starlight-enabled business logic tool that runs under privacy on the public blockchain ecosystem. So if you want to see some of these, how these technologies are being implemented in real-world business applications, we will be showing a lot of that tomorrow. By the way, all of these will start at 1 p.m. here in London, which is 2 p.m. in continental Europe, 8 a.m. in New York City, 6:30 p.m. in Delhi, and 8 p.m. in Singapore and Shanghai. So those times, and we will be consistent every single day in our start time. I know it's terribly late in Asia Pacific right now. By the way, that's also 5 a.m. in California, which explains why no one in my family is watching. And I haven't had to say, hi, Mom, at all. So with that, I'm now going to take a moment. I think we're going to start showing the QR code. Is that right, Greg? At the very end. So we got the QR code, and while you can look at the QR code, you can grab your token. And while we are doing that, I want to we're going to have some Q&A. So we've got one question in here from the online environment, and then we'll also, people can put their hands up, and we will bring the microphone to them. So first of all, given the blurred regulatory lines surrounding tokens, how can you protect DAO membership and ownership, which is token-based? And I think that's for you, James.
All right.
I believe this is free legal advice, right?
Nothing that I say can be construed as legal advice. Please contact a professional. All right. It's a really good question. And actually, I do have an answer for it. And I think it is that a lot of the time when we have a token, it's combining two elements, right? There is a speculative element, and there is a community element. And the speculative element is all about capital raising. It's all about getting money into the system so that you can build something new. And then there's the community element. That's the utility. That's what keeps you in the system. That's what keeps you staying there. And I think there are a lot of tokens that are really a combination of these two things, right? Where you buy into a community to participate in a DAO, but there's also this ability to be able to sell that token on a secondary market for a really big profit. So you have your speculative aspect and your community aspect, and they're combined into one thing. And those two elements are actually super important. Speculation is a socially useful thing. It's what causes people to pool their resources to build new stuff, to buy stock, for example, right? But the community aspect is also really important. And if you have a community asset that is freely saleable, the community will lose every time, right? This is why DAO participation is often so low, right? It's because I buy the token, I want to participate in the DAO, but ooh, it is tempting to sell my token for a profit. And so I'm not going to get as involved as I might. So I think the solution to this the solution to this question, the answer to this question, is to separate those two things. You can have a speculative token that is designed for the purpose of going up, for pooling capital, for getting people into the system. And then you have your utility tokens, your governance tokens, which have restricted transferability so that it reduces the temptation to scatter when the prices get high, to abandon the community when the prices get high. So maybe that's more of an explanation than you wanted, but that's how I see the world. I see speculation and community as two very separate things that should be kept segregated, separated for the benefit of everybody.
Fantastic. And we got a couple questions over here. So I think Mauricio first, and then is that Mr. Haraway second?
Me first?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Mauricio for 11Fest. One of the topics on DAO and cooperatives touches a lot on products and stuff that can be built. And then Stefano said about IP, and you mentioned how AI is changing, and we're seeing music being pretty much impacted. And every time a new technology disruption happens, artists lose, and this is history. Now with on-chain property and ownership, that could change, and that also could transform how musicians, and not because I'm a drummer, are, hell yeah. So what is your view on artists becoming cooperatives or DAOs to protect their IP in turn of more fan participation?
You want to take this one, or do I take it? Okay. I think that's a really excellent question. So again, the question was, if you weren't able to hear it, is it possible for artists, when they create their own products, to have a greater ownership interest, perhaps to use a cooperative to own what they produce? It really goes back to the previous question. And there has to be a partnership between investors and community. You can't have one without the other. And I think the answer is, with respect to artists, for example, they're going to need startup capital. They're going to need people to create a platform where they can buy and sell and create and distribute. And they're not necessarily going to have the money to do that. So it's going to be helpful to have investors who can bring money into the system using some sort of speculative reward, right? But then you've got the artists who are actually doing the producing. And they need to be able to have a stake in it as well. And that's where the cooperative comes in, right? So you have a single entity that is the distribution vehicle, which is co-owned by investors and a cooperative together. And that way you get the best of both worlds. You get the speculation, which brings money into the system, but then you also bring the producers into the system as joint owners. And that's what we're missing today, right? If I'm going to coin a term on the stage, it would be consumer cooperative equity, CCE. We need consumer cooperative equity to sit alongside investors so that we can have more of a balance, because we're out of balance. And I think that Web3, the basic impulse of Web3 is to bring balance back, right? To give people ownership over their data, ownership over what they produce, and that can be done in a legal way.
Fantastic. And Mr. Howing?
Sorry, another one for James, although I would love to talk to all
There are
of you.
3 Jameses here.
So James, the cooperatives, apologies. So a few things. So we're in Struxy. We're a decentralized query engine, primarily for data trusts and data cooperatives. That was what we originally founded. Now, we're working on a number of public initiatives. Some of those are around pilots for universal basic income and things very much in line with what you're talking about. One of the problems that we find is when you're a builder in a startup phase or even in a fairly advanced phase, a cooperative doesn't generate the liquidity ahead or at sufficient rates to be able to build a business. It's a balance sheet play. So all of the incentives for software are aligned to the balance sheet, but a cooperative is about product and revenue, etc. Would love to know your thoughts on how you balance that and any ideas around how to mitigate that.
That's a really great question. And again, I think, not to sound like a broken record, but in many ways the answer is the same, which is that cooperatives have historically been terrible at raising capital. They always have been. And it's because the cooperatives are a legal entity used by the poor. They're a legal entity used by people who have an economic need, and society is failing them. And so they band together and they create a cooperative to provide for themselves. That's what a cooperative is all about. But it's never been attractive to outside investors. And that's why I think it's important, especially as we think about ownership in Web3, to have elements of both, right? There need to be investors who are bringing in money because they're looking for that 10x return. And those are the people who actually get the enterprise started. And then it is later, as the protocol or the network fills out, as more people join the network, then it's their opportunity to either purchase or earn equity in the network. They can purchase it from current investors so that the investors can have an exit of some kind, or they can earn it by providing services. And it's that combination of both that will allow cooperative community ownership to coexist. Otherwise, we're never going to have enough cooperatives because cooperatives don't have the startup capital. So one without the other, they just don't work. And what we have in the world right now is one, we have corporate ownership without the cooperative ownership. And so I think CCE, which again is a term that is hot off the press, consumer cooperative ownership, consumer cooperative equity, is really what we need to decentralize industry generally.
Fantastic. Well, so first of all, thank you very much to the panel. Now, if you attempted to retrieve your complimentary, definitely not wealth-enhancing NFT during this conversation, you may have experienced some difficulty. I think it's possible that 750 people trying to retrieve their NFTs all at once didn't do our system any good. We will be sending a link after the session in the follow-up emails, just in case there's any further problems. I do apologize for that. And with that, we're going to get to the important part of the day, which is all of the Q&A that happens over the drinks. And if you are at home, whether it's probably like 1 o'clock in the morning in Shanghai, you're definitely due for a drink. And if it's, I think it's after 1 p.m. in New York. So feel free, and see you all, many of you online. The rest of the week is entirely online. See you all online starting tomorrow at 1 p.m. in London. Thank you very much.